Hey guys, tonight we're diving into something that might just rewire how you think about those moments when life suddenly clicks into place. Those flashes of clarity that feel less like discovery and more like remembering. You know the feeling. You're standing in your kitchen at 2 a.m., staring at the microwave clock, and suddenly you know something profound about yourself that you swear you've always known but somehow forgot. Tonight, we're exploring the fascinating history of spiritual awakening. And fair warning, you probably won't survive this without questioning everything you thought you knew about consciousness, memory, and the very nature of human experience. So, before you get comfortable, take a moment to like the video and subscribe, but only if you genuinely enjoy what I do here. And hey, drop a comment letting me know where you're listening from and what time it is. I love seeing our little global community of night owls and insomniacs gathering for these deep dives. Now, dim the lights, maybe turn on a fan for that soft background hum, and let's ease into tonight's journey together. You're walking through the corridors of human consciousness, and the first thing you notice is how familiar everything feels. That's because the concept of spiritual awakening, this idea that enlightenment is really just remembering your true nature, stretches back to the very dawn of recorded human thought. The ancient Vedic texts of India, dating back over 3,500 years, speak of moksha liberation that comes not from gaining something new, but from recognizing what was always there. You can almost hear those ancient sages chuckling as they penned the Upanishads, basically saying, "Congratulations, you've discovered water while swimming in the ocean." The Sanskrit word Buddha literally means awakened one, but here's the quirky part that most people miss. Siddhartha Gautama insisted he hadn't learned anything new under that Bodhi tree. Instead, he claimed to have simply remembered his original nature, like finding your car keys in your pocket after searching the entire house. The historical Buddha, around 500 BCE, taught that enlightenment was anamnesis, a Greek concept, meaning unforgetting that. Plato would later adopt for his theory of learning as remembering eternal truths. Historians still argue whether Buddha's awakening was a gradual process or a sudden, wet flash of recognition, but what's consistent across cultures is this theme of return rather than arrival. You're not climbing a mountain to reach some distant peak of wisdom. You're digging through layers of accumulated dust to find the diamond that was always in your pocket. Fast forward to ancient Greece, and you find Plato spinning his famous allegory of the cave around 380 BCE. Those prisoners chained in darkness, mistaking shadows for reality until one breaks free and sees the sun. That's not a story about learning something new. It's about remembering what you knew before you were born, before you forgot who you were in the process of becoming who you thought you should be. Plato believed the soul was immortal and that all learning was really just recollection of eternal truths. Pretty convenient excuse for forgetting where you put your philosophy homework, if you ask me. The early Christian mystics picked up this thread with enthusiasm that would make a modern wellness influencer jealous. Desert fathers like Anthony of Egypt in the 3rd century CE spoke of theosis, becoming one with God, not by achieving something foreign, but by returning to the divine image in which humans were originally created. They saw sin not as some cosmic crime spree, but as a kind of spiritual amnesia, a forgetting of one's true identity as a child of the divine. Here's where it gets deliciously weird. The Gnostic Christians, those early rebels who got themselves excommunicated faster than you can say heresy, taught that salvation came through gnosis, direct knowledge of the divine self. Their secret gospels, like the Gospel of Thomas, discovered in 1945, are full of Jesus saying things like, when you know yourselves, then you will be known. Not when you learn about me or when you follow these rules, but when you remember who you already are. The mainstream church found this idea so threatening that they spent centuries trying to bury it literally in some cases. The Islamic tradition brings us the concept of fitra, the original nature of humanity that exists in perfect harmony with divine will. The 13th century Sufi poet Rumi, whose verses still flood your Instagram feed with suspicious frequency, wrote extensively about this return to original nature. His famous line, "You are not just the drop in the ocean, but the entire ocean in each drop," isn't mystical poetry. It's a precise description of remembering your cosmic identity. Sufi practices like whirling and chanting aren't meant to induce some altered state. They're designed to strip away the layers of false identity until only the eternal self remains. Historians still argue whether these mystical traditions influenced each other through trade routes and cultural exchange, or whether they represent universal human experiences that arise independently across cultures. What's undeniable is the consistency of the message. You're not broken and in need of fixing. You're perfect and in need of remembering. The medieval period brings us figures like Meister Eckhart, a 14th century German theologian, who got himself in trouble with the Pope for suggesting that the goal of spiritual life was to return to the state before you were born, not physically, but spiritually. Eckhart taught that there's a part of the soul that was never born and will never die, and that awakening means identifying with that eternal aspect rather than the temporary personality. The Catholic Church was not amused by this suggestion that you might not need their services to connect with the divine. Meanwhile, in medieval Islamic Spain, the philosopher Ibn Arabi was developing his theory of the perfect human, the idea that every person contains within themselves the complete divine nature. Like a hologram where each fragment contains the whole image, his writings influenced everyone from Dante to modern quantum physicists, though he probably didn't anticipate his metaphysics being quoted in New Age workshops alongside crystal healing testimonials. The Renaissance brought a fascinating twist to this ancient theme. Marsilio Ficino and other Neoplatonic philosophers in 15th century Florence suggested that the human soul naturally remembers its divine origin through beauty, love, and contemplation. They weren't talking about some ethereal, otherworldly experience. They meant that looking at a sunset or falling in love could trigger memories of your cosmic identity. Basically, they turned spiritual awakening into an aesthetic experience, which explains why so many people have profound realizations while staring at art in museums or listening to music at 3 a.m. The Protestant Reformation added another layer to this remembering theme. Martin Luther's concept of salvation by faith alone wasn't just about believing the right things. It was about recognizing a relationship with the divine that already existed. John Calvin's doctrine of predestination, controversial as it was, suggested that some souls were chosen before the foundation of the world, not arbitrarily, but because they were already, in some eternal sense, who they were meant to be. You're probably starting to notice a pattern here. Across cultures, centuries, and religious traditions, the highest spiritual achievement isn't described as gaining something new, but as remembering something eternal. It's like humanity keeps having collective amnesia and then collective aha moments, over and over again throughout history. The Enlightenment period brought a rational twist to these ancient insights. Philosophers like Immanuel Kant suggested that certain knowledge, what he called synthetic a priori truth, existed in the mind prior to experience. While Kant was talking about mathematical and logical principles, his ideas opened the door for later thinkers to suggest that spiritual insights might also be innate rather than learned. Even the arch-rationalist René Descartes, with his famous "I think, therefore I am," was really pointing to a form of immediate self-knowledge that didn't require external proof or learning. The Romantic movement of the late 18th and early 19th centuries took these philosophical insights and ran with them like excited puppies. Poets like William Wordsworth wrote about intimations of immortality that came not from study or practice, but from sudden moments of recognition, usually while wandering around in nature. Because apparently profound realizations require good scenery, Wordsworth's famous line about the child being father of the man suggests that our earliest, most innocent perceptions might actually be our most accurate ones. Before we learn to see the world through the filters of adult conditioning, Ralph Waldo Emerson and the American transcendentalists pushed this idea even further. Emerson's essay Self-Reliance isn't just about being independent. It's about trusting the divine wisdom that speaks through your own intuition. He wrote, "What lies behind us and what lies before us are tiny matters compared to what lies within us." This wasn't motivational poster philosophy, it was a radical claim that each individual contains direct access to universal truth. No intermediaries required. Here's where the story gets particularly interesting for our modern understanding. The 19th century saw the emergence of what we now call psychology, and many of its founders were deeply interested in these experiences of sudden recognition and remembering. William James, often called the father of American psychology, spent considerable time studying what he called conversion experiences, moments when people's entire worldview shifted in an instant. James noticed that these experiences rarely involved learning new information. Instead, they involved seeing familiar information in a completely new light, as if remembering something they'd always known but had temporarily forgotten. Carl Jung, that Swiss psychiatrist who gave us concepts like introversion, extroversion, and the collective unconscious, was particularly fascinated by what he called individuation, the process of becoming who you really are. Jung didn't see this as developing a new personality, but as uncovering the authentic self that exists beneath layers of social conditioning and psychological defenses. His concept of the collective unconscious suggests that we all share access to universal patterns and wisdom, what he called archetypes, that exist prior to individual experience. In Jung's view, spiritual awakening isn't about transcending human nature. It's about fully embodying it. The early 20th century brought us figures like Pierre Teilhard de Chardin, a Jesuit priest and paleontologist who got himself in trouble with both the Catholic Church and the scientific establishment for suggesting that consciousness was an inherent property of matter itself. Teilhard proposed that evolution wasn't just biological but spiritual, moving toward what he called the omega point, a state of cosmic consciousness that represents not a new development, but the fulfillment of consciousness's original nature. His ideas influenced everyone from Thomas Merton to the creators of Star Trek, though he probably didn't anticipate his theology being quoted alongside discussions of warp drive technology. Meanwhile, in India, figures like Ramana Maharshi were teaching that self-realization required no practice, no learning, no development, just the simple recognition of what you already are. Ramana's teaching method was beautifully simple. He would ask seekers, "Who are you?" and keep asking until they ran out of temporary identities and discovered the eternal witness that observes all experience. His approach was so direct that visitors often reported instant recognition of their true nature, like suddenly remembering their own name after a bout of amnesia. The mid-20th century saw These ancient insights beginning to merge with modern scientific understanding. Aldous Huxley's The Perennial Philosophy documented the remarkable consistency of mystical experiences across cultures and centuries, suggesting that these weren't culturally conditioned beliefs, but direct perceptions of reality's fundamental nature. Huxley noticed that mystics throughout history described remarkably similar experiences: the dissolution of the separate self, the recognition of underlying unity, and the sense of remembering rather than discovering these truths. Historians still argue whether Huxley's synthesis was academically rigorous or whether he cherry-picked evidence to support his thesis. But his work opened the door for serious scholarly investigation of consciousness and spiritual experience. The field of transpersonal psychology emerged from this intersection of ancient wisdom and modern research, with pioneers like Abraham Maslow and Stanislav Grof documenting the psychological characteristics of what they called peak experiences and spiritual emergencies. What's fascinating about this research is how consistently people describe awakening experiences in terms of remembering rather than learning. Study after study shows that people who report sudden spiritual insights describe them as coming home to themselves or remembering who I really am. It's as if the human psyche has a built-in recognition system for its own deepest nature, like a lock that only opens to its original key. The 1960s counterculture movement brought these ideas into mainstream Western consciousness with all the subtlety of a psychedelic freight train, while much of the period's spiritual experimentation was dismissed as drug-fueled escapism. Serious researchers began documenting the consistent themes that emerged from altered states of consciousness: the sense of cosmic unity, the dissolution of the ego self, and the profound feeling of remembering one's true identity, even accounting for the era's chemical enhancements. The reports showed remarkable consistency with descriptions from traditional mystical literature, spanning thousands of years. You're standing at the threshold of the modern era, where ancient wisdom about remembering your true nature collides with cutting-edge neuroscience, and the results are more mind-bending than any science fiction writer could have imagined. The late 20th century brought us brain imaging technology that could actually watch spiritual experiences happening in real time. And what researchers discovered was both validating and utterly mysterious. Dr. Andrew Newberg, a neuroscientist at the University of Pennsylvania, began using SPECT scans to study the brains of meditating monks and praying nuns in the 1990s. What he found challenged everything we thought we knew about the relationship between brain activity and spiritual experience during peak mystical states. The parietal lobe, the brain region responsible for maintaining our sense of separate self, showed dramatically decreased activity. It was as if the neural machinery that creates the illusion of being a separate individual was temporarily going offline, allowing consciousness to remember its original, undivided nature. Here's the quirky part that makes neuroscientists scratch their heads. These brain changes weren't random or chaotic. Instead, they showed highly organized patterns that were remarkably consistent across different individuals and spiritual traditions. It's as if the brain has a built-in program for remembering unity consciousness, like a computer with hidden software that only activates under specific conditions. Some researchers joke that enlightenment might be the brain's equivalent of pressing Control plus Alt plus Delete on the ego. The discovery of neuroplasticity, the brain's ability to rewire itself throughout life, added another fascinating dimension to our understanding of spiritual awakening. Dr. Richard Davidson's research at the University of Wisconsin showed that long-term meditators had literally rewired their brains for greater emotional regulation, compassion, and present moment awareness. But here's what's really interesting. These changes often happened much faster than traditional learning would predict, as if the brain was remembering a more natural configuration rather than developing new capabilities. Historians still argue whether these neurological findings prove that spiritual experiences are real or simply demonstrate the brain's capacity for self-deception. But what's undeniable is that something profound happens in consciousness during awakening experiences, something that leaves measurable traces in the very organ that creates our sense of reality. The field of quantum physics has provided another unexpected lens for understanding these ancient insights about remembering who you are. While most physicists roll their eyes at New Age interpretations of quantum mechanics, some serious researchers have noted intriguing parallels between quantum phenomena and descriptions of consciousness in mystical literature. The quantum principle of non-locality, the idea that particles can be instantaneously connected across vast distances, bears a striking resemblance to mystical descriptions of universal consciousness. Dr. Stuart Hameroff and Sir Roger Penrose proposed that consciousness might arise from quantum processes in the brain's microtubules, suggesting that awareness itself might be fundamental to the universe rather than an emergent property of complex neural networks. If they're right, then spiritual awakening might literally be a process of remembering your quantum nature, recognizing that consciousness isn't produced by the brain but channeled through it, like a radio tuning into a station that was always broadcasting. The late 20th century also saw the emergence of what researchers call near-death experience studies, pioneered by physicians like Raymond Moody and later refined by researchers like Dr. Kenneth Ring and Dr. Pim van Lommel. What's remarkable about NDE research isn't just the consistency of reported experiences across cultures and belief systems, but how often experiencers describe the process in terms of remembering rather than discovering. They report recognizing deceased relatives, not as strangers, but as beings they've always known, and describe the life review not as judgment, but as remembering the true significance of their earthly experiences. Here's where it gets really weird. Some NDE experiencers report accessing information they couldn't possibly have known through normal means, details about distant events, conversations in other rooms, or even historical facts they'd never studied. While skeptics propose various explanations for these phenomena, the experiencers themselves consistently describe these insights as acts of remembering rather than supernatural revelation. It's as if dying temporarily removes the filters that normally limit consciousness to personal memory and individual perspective. The field of reincarnation research, while controversial in Western academic circles, has produced some intriguing data that relates to our theme of remembering rather than learning. Dr. Ian Stevenson at the University of Virginia spent decades documenting cases of children who claimed to remember previous lives, often with verifiable details about deceased individuals they'd never encountered. Whether or not you believe in reincarnation, what's interesting is how these children describe their memories not as mystical visions or supernatural communications, but as simple acts of remembering, like recalling what they had for breakfast. The 1990s brought us the concept of spiritual emergency, coined by psychiatrist Stanislav Grof and his wife Christina. They noticed that many people seeking psychiatric help were actually experiencing rapid spiritual awakening that had been misdiagnosed as mental illness. The symptoms: sudden shifts in worldview, experiences of unity consciousness, encounters with archetypal imagery, weren't signs of psychological breakdown but of psychological breakthrough. It was as if some people's psyches were remembering their cosmic nature so quickly that their everyday personality couldn't keep up with the transformation. This recognition led to the development of spiritual emergence networks and transpersonally therapists who could distinguish between pathological states and natural awakening processes. What they found was that people going through spiritual emergence consistently described their experiences in terms of coming home to themselves, remembering who they really are, or recognizing truths they'd always known but had forgotten. The therapeutic approach wasn't to suppress these experiences, but to help people integrate them into their daily lives. The turn of the millennium brought us an explosion of brain research that continued to illuminate the neuroscience of awakening. Dr. Judson Brewer's work at Yale showed that experienced meditators had decreased activity in the default mode network, the brain regions active during self-referential thinking and mental wandering. This network, which includes areas like the medial prefrontal cortex and posterior cingulate cortex, appears to be responsible for maintaining our sense of being a separate self with a continuous personal history. When this network quiets down during meditation or spontaneous awakening experiences, people report a profound shift in identity, from feeling like a separate individual to recognizing themselves as awareness itself. What's fascinating is that this shift is often described not as losing oneself, but as finding oneself. Not as becoming something new, but as remembering something eternal. It's as if the default mode network creates a kind of virtual reality of selfhood, and awakening is simply recognizing the virtual nature of this construction. The early 2000s also saw the emergence of what researchers call quantum biology, the discovery that quantum effects play important roles in biological processes like photosynthesis, bird navigation, and possibly even consciousness itself. While we're still far from understanding how quantum mechanics might relate to spiritual experience, the research suggests that the boundary between mind and matter might be much more fluid than classical physics assumed. Dr. Henry Stapp, a quantum physicist at Berkeley, has proposed that consciousness plays a fundamental role in quantum measurement, suggesting that mind and matter might be two aspects of a more fundamental reality. If he's right, then spiritual awakening might involve recognizing this fundamental unity, remembering that the observer and the observed are ultimately one consciousness appearing as two. The field of positive psychology, pioneered by Martin Seligman, began documenting the psychological characteristics of what researchers call self-actualized individuals, people who seem to have realized their full human potential. What's interesting is how often these individuals describe their development not as acquiring new traits, but as removing obstacles to their natural state. They talk about getting out of their own way or returning to their authentic self, rather than becoming someone different. Abraham Maslow's research on peak experiences showed that these moments of transcendence and unity were actually quite common. Nearly everyone has had at least one experience of feeling connected to something larger than themselves, of recognizing their place in the cosmic order, or of suddenly seeing the profound beauty and meaning in ordinary life. What varied wasn't the capacity for these experiences, but people's ability to recognize and integrate them. The 2010s brought us the field of contemplative science, rigorous scientific investigation of meditation, mindfulness, and other contemplative practices. Researchers like Dr. Wenzel Braver at the University of Colorado began using sophisticated brain imaging to study what happens during different types of meditation, and what they found challenged common assumptions about spiritual practice, rather than showing a single enlightened brain state. The research revealed that different contemplative practices activate different neural networks in highly specific ways. Concentration practices strengthen attention networks. Loving-kindness meditation enhances empathy circuits, and open awareness practices quiet the self-referential networks. It's as if the brain has multiple built-in programs for different aspects of awakening, and contemplative practices simply help us remember how to access them. Dr. Judson Brewer's research on effortless awareness showed that the most profound meditative states occur not through effort or concentration, but through a kind of letting go that allows natural awareness to recognize itself. Advanced practitioners consistently describe this process not as achieving something new, but as relaxing into what was always already present. Like a wave, recognizing that it was always just water taking a temporary form. The field of psychedelic research experienced a renaissance in the 2010s, with institutions like Johns Hopkins and Imperial College London conducting rigorous studies of substances like psilocybin, LSD, and DMT. What researchers found was remarkably consistent with historical accounts of mystical experience. People reported profound feelings of unity, the dissolution of the ego self, and encounters with what they described as ultimate reality or cosmic consciousness. But here's what's particularly relevant to our theme. Participants consistently described these experiences not as drug-induced hallucinations, but as moments of profound remembering. They reported recognizing truths about themselves and reality that felt more real than ordinary waking consciousness, as if the substances temporarily removed filters that normally obscure direct perception of reality's fundamental nature. Dr. Robin Carhart Harris at Imperial College developed the entropic brain hypothesis, suggesting that psychedelics work by temporarily disrupting the brain's normal hierarchical organization, allowing normally suppressed neural networks to communicate directly. This creates a state of cognitive flexibility where rigid patterns of thinking and perceiving can dissolve, potentially allowing consciousness to remember more fluid and expansive ways of being. Historians still argue whether psychedelic experiences represent genuine spiritual insights or simply interesting alterations of brain chemistry. But what's undeniable is the profound and lasting impact these experiences often have on people's lives. Many participants report lasting increases in openness, creativity, and spiritual well-being, changes that persist long after the acute effects of the substances have worn off. You're walking through the landscape of contemporary awakening, where ancient wisdom about remembering your true nature has exploded into a global phenomenon that's part spiritual revolution, part cultural movement, and part multi-billion-dollar industry. The 2010s and 2020s have seen an unprecedented democratization of spiritual awakening, with practices once reserved for monastics and mystics now available through smartphone apps, online courses, and weekend workshops. The mindfulness movement, largely sparked by John Kabat-Zinn's mindfulness-based stress reduction program in the 1970s, reached mainstream acceptance in the 21st century with the backing of solid scientific research. What started as a secular adaptation of Buddhist meditation practices became a global phenomenon embraced by everyone from Silicon Valley executives to elementary school children. But here's what's fascinating. As mindfulness became more widespread, practitioners began reporting experiences that went far beyond stress reduction moments of profound recognition, unity consciousness, and what they consistently described as remembering who I really am. Dr. Sarah Lazar's research at Harvard showed that just 8 weeks of mindfulness practice could produce measurable changes in brain structure, including increased gray matter in areas associated with learning, memory, and emotional regulation, but participants often reported that the most significant changes weren't in their brains, but in their sense of identity. A shift from feeling like a stressed, separate individual to recognizing themselves as the aware presence that observes all experience. The rise of social media created an unexpected laboratory for studying awakening experiences in real time. Platforms like Reddit, Facebook, and specialized forums became gathering places for people sharing their spiritual insights, breakthrough moments, and integration challenges. What emerged was a remarkably consistent pattern. People from vastly different backgrounds, cultures, and belief systems were reporting similar experiences of sudden recognition, unity consciousness, and the profound sense of remembering their true nature. Here's the quirky part that sociologists are still trying to understand. These online awakening communities often develop their own language and cultural norms that mirror traditional spiritual communities. Despite having no formal structure or leadership, terms like ego death, non-dual awareness, and the witness consciousness spread virally, suggesting that people are naturally gravitating toward similar ways of describing ineffable experiences. The phenomenon of spiritual teachers going viral on social media platforms created an entirely new category of awakening guide individuals who may have had profound realizations but lack traditional training or institutional oversight. While this democratization has made spiritual insights more accessible than ever before, it's also created what researchers call spiritual materialism, the tendency to collect awakening experiences like trophies rather than integrating them into daily life. Dr. John Vervick's research at the University of Toronto on what he calls the meaning crisis suggests that the current surge of interest in awakening experiences represents a collective response to the psychological and spiritual vacuum created by modern secular materialism. His work shows that humans have an innate need for what he calls transformative experience, moments that fundamentally shift our understanding of ourselves and reality. When traditional religious institutions fail to provide these experiences, people naturally seek them elsewhere. The corporate world's embrace of mindfulness and meditation practices created an interesting paradox. Techniques designed to help people remember their true nature beyond ego and achievement were being used to enhance productivity and competitive advantage. Companies like Google, Apple, and Goldman Sachs began offering meditation programs to employees, often with the explicit goal of improving performance and reducing healthcare costs. But something unexpected happened. Employees who engaged seriously with these practices often reported experiences that went far beyond stress management. They began questioning the fundamental assumptions of corporate culture, experiencing shifts in values and priorities, and sometimes leaving high-paying careers to pursue more meaningful work. It's as if the practices designed to create better employees were actually helping people remember who they are beyond their professional identities. The field of secular spirituality emerged to address people who were having profound awakening experiences but didn't resonate with traditional religious frameworks. Researchers like Dr. Lisa Miller at Columbia University began studying what she calls spiritual brain development, showing that humans have innate neural circuitry for transcendent experience that develops throughout life, regardless of religious belief or practice. This research suggests that spiritual awakening isn't dependent on specific beliefs or practices, but represents a natural developmental process, like learning to walk or talk, but for consciousness itself. Dr. Miller's work shows that people with active spiritual lives, regardless of their specific beliefs, show greater resilience to depression, anxiety, and addiction, as if remembering their spiritual nature provides a kind of psychological immune system. That the rise of plant medicine ceremonies in Western cultures brought ancient shamanic practices into contemporary awakening culture. Substances like ayahuasca, psilocybin mushrooms, and San Pedro cactus, used for thousands of years in indigenous traditions, began attracting seekers from around the world who were looking for direct spiritual experience outside traditional religious frameworks. What's particularly relevant to our theme is how participants in these ceremonies consistently describe their experiences, not as drug-induced visions, but as profound acts of remembering. They report recognizing their connection to all life, remembering their purpose and calling, and experiencing what they describe as coming home to their true nature. The ceremonies often involve what participants call downloads, sudden of insight and understanding that feel like remembering information they'd always known but had forgotten. Dr. Ada Frexka's research in Hungary has shown that DMT, the active compound in ayahuasca, may actually be produced naturally in the human brain, particularly during birth, death, and deep meditative states. If this research is confirmed, it would suggest that the profound awakening experiences reported in plant medicine ceremonies might be activating endogenous processes, literally helping people remember states of consciousness that are naturally available to human beings. The field of energy healing and alternative medicine has exploded in popularity, with practices like Reiki, acupuncture, and chakra balancing moving from the margins to mainstream acceptance, while the scientific evidence for these practices remains controversial. What's interesting is how practitioners and clients consistently describe the healing process not as fixing something broken, but as removing obstacles to the body's natural state of wholeness and balance. This remembering wellness approach suggests that health isn't something we achieve, but something we return to our natural state when physical, emotional, and energetic blockages are cleared. Practitioners often report that their most profound healing experiences involve moments of recognizing their inherent wholeness, as if illness were a kind of forgetting and healing were a process of remembering the body's innate wisdom. The rise of life coaching and personal development as industries worth billions of dollars reflects a collective hunger for transformation and self-realization. But here's what's fascinating. The most effective coaches and programs consistently focus not on adding new skills or knowledge, but on removing limiting beliefs and reconnecting people with their authentic selves. The language is all about uncovering your true purpose, remembering your power, and returning to your authentic self. Dr. Carol Dweck's research on growth mindset versus fixed mindset shows that people who believe their abilities can develop through effort and learning achieve significantly better outcomes than those who believe their talents are fixed. But what's even more interesting is that people with growth mindset often describe their learning process not as acquiring something foreign, but as uncovering capacities they somehow always knew they had. The phenomenon of twin flames and soulmate relationships has become a major theme in contemporary spirituality, with millions of people reporting encounters with individuals who trigger profound awakening experiences, while skeptics dismiss these as projection and wishful thinking. What's interesting is how consistently people describe these encounters, not as meeting someone new, but as recognizing someone they've always known, as if certain relationships serve as mirrors that reflect back our deepest nature. Dr. Helen Fisher's research on the neuroscience of love shows that romantic attachment activates some of the same brain regions involved in spiritual and mystical experiences, particularly areas associated with reward, motivation, and the dissolution of self-other boundaries. This suggests that intimate relationships might naturally serve as catalysts for awakening, helping people remember their capacity for unconditional love and unity consciousness. The rise of breathwork as a healing and awakening practice has brought ancient pranayama techniques into contemporary wellness culture. Practices like holotropic breathwork, developed by Stanislav Graf, and Wim Hof's breathing method have shown that simple changes in breathing patterns can produce profound, altered states of consciousness without any external substances. What participants consistently report from intensive breathwork sessions mirrors the themes we've been exploring: experiences of unity consciousness, encounters with archetypal imagery, and the profound sense of remembering their true nature. It's as if conscious breathing serves as a key that unlocks naturally occurring states of expanded awareness, reminding people of capacities for transcendence that are built into their basic physiology. The field of sound healing has experienced a renaissance, with practices like crystal bowl meditation, gong baths, and binaural beats becoming mainstream wellness offerings, while the scientific mechanisms behind sound healing remain largely unexplored. Participants consistently report that certain frequencies and rhythms can induce profound states of relaxation, insight, and spiritual opening. Dr. Suzanne Evans Morris's research on the neurological effects of sound shows that specific frequencies can entrain brainwaves, potentially inducing states similar to deep meditation or REM sleep. This suggests that sound healing might work by helping the brain remember natural rhythms and frequencies that support expanded awareness and healing. Historians still argue whether the current awakening boom represents genuine spiritual evolution or simply the commodification of ancient wisdom. But what's undeniable is the scale and consistency of reported experiences. Millions of people around the world are having profound moments of recognition, unity consciousness, and spiritual opening, often describing these experiences in remarkably similar terms despite vastly different cultural backgrounds and belief systems. The COVID-19 pandemic created an unexpected catalyst for spiritual awakening, as lockdowns and social isolation forced millions of people into extended periods of solitude and introspection. Mental health professionals reported a significant increase in what they called existential crises, periods of deep questioning about life's meaning and purpose that often preceded profound spiritual insights. Many people reported that the pandemic helped them remember what truly mattered in life, stripping away superficial concerns and reconnecting them with deeper values and priorities. The collective trauma and uncertainty seemed to crack open conventional ways of thinking and being, creating space for new possibilities and perspectives to emerge. The rise of plant-based living and environmental consciousness has become intertwined with spiritual awakening for many people. The recognition of humanity's interconnection with the natural world often triggers profound shifts in consciousness, as people remember their place in the web of life rather than seeing themselves as separate from or superior to nature. Dr. Richard Lou's research on nature deficit disorder shows that spending time in natural environments can reduce stress, improve cognitive function, and enhance overall well-being. But many people report that their most profound nature experiences involve moments of recognition, suddenly remembering their fundamental connection to the earth and all living beings, as if the natural world serves as a mirror reflecting back their own essential nature. You're standing in the laboratory of your own consciousness, where the most cutting-edge research is revealing that what mystics have called awakening might actually be the brain remembering its most natural and efficient state of operation. The 2020s have brought us neuroscience discoveries that would have seemed like science fiction just a decade ago. And they're painting a picture of human consciousness that's far more mysterious and magnificent than we ever imagined. Dr. Matthew Lieberman's research at UCLA on what he calls social brain networks has shown that humans have dedicated neural circuitry for understanding other minds, feeling empathy, and maintaining social connections. But here's what's really fascinating. These same networks show increased activity during experiences of universal love and compassion that spiritual practitioners report. It's as if the brain systems that help us connect with other individuals can scale up to embrace all of existence, like a radio that can tune into increasingly broader frequencies. The discovery of mirror neurons by Dr. Giacomo Rezzalatti's team in Italy revealed that our brains contain specialized cells that fire both when we perform an action and when we observe others performing the same action. These neurons essentially allow us to experience others' actions and emotions as if they were our own, creating a neurological basis for empathy and connection that goes far deeper than previously imagined. What's particularly intriguing is that advanced meditators show enhanced mirror neuron activity, suggesting that contemplative practices might help people remember their natural capacity for empathic connection. Some researchers propose that enlightenment experiences of oneness with all beings might represent the mirror neuron system recognizing its fundamental truth that the boundaries between self and other are largely constructed rather than absolute. Dr. Judson Brewer's latest research on what he calls effortless awareness has identified specific brainwave patterns associated with the deepest meditative states. Using advanced EEG technology, his team found that experienced practitioners can access states characterized by high-amplitude gamma waves, combined with deep alpha rhythms, a pattern that shouldn't theoretically be possible according to conventional neuroscience. These impossible brainwave states are consistently associated with reports of profound peace, clarity, and the recognition of one's true nature beyond the thinking mind. It's as if the brain has hidden gears that only engage when we stop trying to control our experience and simply allow awareness to recognize itself. The practitioners describe these states not as achievements, but as homecomings, returning to a natural way of being that feels more authentic than ordinary waking consciousness. Here's where it gets deliciously weird. Some researchers are finding that these advanced meditative brain states show similarities to the neural patterns observed in newborn infants before the development of self-referential thinking. Dr. Alison Gopnik's work at UC Berkeley suggests that babies exist in a state of lantern consciousness, open, receptive awareness that takes in everything without the filtering and categorizing that characterizes adult spotlight consciousness. This research raises the fascinating possibility that spiritual awakening might involve returning to a more childlike state of consciousness, not childish, but childlike in its openness, wonder, and lack of rigid mental categories. Many awakening experiences are described in exactly these terms: seeing the world with fresh eyes, experiencing wonder at ordinary things, and feeling a sense of innocence and authenticity that had been lost in the process of growing up. The field of psychedelic neuroscience has exploded with groundbreaking research that's revolutionizing our understanding of consciousness and mental health. Dr. Robin Carhart Harris's work at Imperial College London, using fMRI scans of people on psilocybin, has revealed that these substances don't add activity to the brain. They actually reduce activity in what he calls the default mode network, the same brain regions that quiet during deep meditation and awakening experiences. This decreased activity in preferential brain networks is consistently associated with experiences of ego dissolution, unity consciousness, and what participants describe as remembering who I really am beyond my personality. It's as if psychedelics temporarily turn down the volume on the brain's self-construction project, allowing consciousness to recognize its more fundamental nature. Dr. Michael Pollan's research documented in How to Change Your Mind shows that a single profound psychedelic experience can produce lasting changes in personality, particularly increases in the traits psychologists call openness to experience. But what's really interesting is how participants describe these changes, not as becoming different people, but as becoming more authentically themselves, as if the experience helped them remember aspects of their personality that had been suppressed or forgotten. The emerging field of consciousness studies is bringing together neuroscientists, philosophers, physicists, and contemplatives to tackle what philosopher David Chalmers calls the hard problem of consciousness, explaining how subjective experience arises from objective brain processes. What's emerging from this interdisciplinary dialogue is a growing recognition that consciousness might be more fundamental to reality than previously assumed. Dr. Christoph Koch, a leading neuroscientist and former collaborator of Francis Crick, has become an advocate for panpsychism, the idea that consciousness is a basic feature of reality, like mass or electric charge. If this view is correct, then awakening experiences might involve recognizing the conscious nature of reality itself, remembering that awareness isn't produced by brains but is the fundamental fabric from which both brains and everything else emerge. The field of quantum consciousness remains controversial, but serious researchers like Dr. Stuart Hameroff continue to investigate whether quantum effects in brain microtubules might explain the unity and non-locality of consciousness, while most neuroscientists remain skeptical. The research has identified quantum processes in biological systems that were previously thought impossible, suggesting that the boundary between quantum and classical physics might be more fluid than assumed. If consciousness does have quantum properties, it would help explain some of the more mysterious aspects of awakening experiences. The sense of being connected to all of existence, the ability to access information beyond personal memory, and the feeling that individual consciousness is part of a larger, unified field of awareness. Dr. Eben Alexander, a neurosurgeon who reported profound near-death experiences during a coma caused by bacterial meningitis, has argued that his experiences occurred when his neocortex was completely offline, suggesting that consciousness might not be entirely dependent on brain activity. While his claims remain controversial, they've sparked serious research into the relationship between brain function and conscious experience. The Global Consciousness Project, initiated by Dr. Roger Nelson at Princeton, has been collecting data from random number generators around the world for over 2 decades, looking for correlations between global events and deviations from randomness. While the results remain debated, some analyses suggest that human consciousness might have subtle but measurable effects on physical systems, particularly during events that capture collective attention, like natural disasters or major celebrations. The rise of neurofeedback technology has allowed people to observe their own brain activity in real time and learn to consciously influence their mental states. Advanced practitioners using IG neurofeedback report being able to access meditative states more quickly and deeply than through traditional practice alone, as if seeing their brain patterns helps them remember how to navigate consciousness more skillfully. Dr. Les Femi's research on open focus attention training shows that specific patterns of brainwave synchronization are associated with states of relaxed awareness and emotional well-being. His work suggests that most people's attention is chronically narrow and tense, and that learning to broaden and soften attention can produce profound shifts in consciousness and well-being, like remembering a more natural way of perceiving that we'd forgotten in our goal-oriented culture. The field of heart-brain coherence, pioneered by the HeartMath Institute, has revealed that the heart contains its own neural network, with over 40,000 neurons that can influence brain function. Research shows that positive emotions and coherent heart rhythms can enhance cognitive performance, emotional stability, and intuitive abilities, suggesting that awakening might involve remembering the intelligence of the heart as well as the mind. Dr. Roland McCraty's research shows that the heart's electromagnetic field is 60 times greater in amplitude than the brain's and can be detected several feet away from the body. This research suggests that the heart might play a crucial role in consciousness and connection that goes far beyond its role as a blood pump, potentially explaining why so many spiritual traditions emphasize the heart as the seat of wisdom and compassion. The discovery of the gut-brain axis has revealed that the enteric nervous system in our digestive tract contains more neurons than the spinal cord and produces many of the same neurotransmitters found in the brain. This second brain in the gut might help explain why so many people report profound insights and emotional releases during practices like breathwork, fasting, or dietary changes, as if awakening involves remembering the intelligence distributed throughout the entire body. Dr. Beatrice de Gelder's research on embodied cognition shows that our physical posture, breathing patterns, and bodily sensations significantly influence our mental and emotional states. This research provides a scientific basis for the emphasis that many spiritual traditions place on physical practices like yoga, tai chi, and conscious breathing as pathways to expanded awareness. The emerging field of interpersonal neurobiology, developed by Dr. Dan Siegel, explores how our brains are shaped by relationships and social interactions throughout life. This research shows that secure, attuned relationships can literally rewire the brain for greater emotional regulation, empathy, and resilience, suggesting that awakening might be as much a relational process as an individual one. What's particularly fascinating is that people in healthy, conscious relationships often report experiences of shared consciousness, moments when they seem to access each other's thoughts and feelings directly, or when they experience a unified field of awareness that encompasses both individuals. While science hasn't yet explained these phenomena, they're reported so consistently that researchers are beginning to take them seriously. The field of collective intelligence has documented how groups can sometimes access insights and solutions that exceed the capabilities of any individual member. Dr. Peter Seng's work on learning organizations and Dr. Otto Sharma's research on theory suggest that groups can enter states of collective awakening where they access what Sharma calls the field of the future, emerging possibilities that haven't yet manifested. These collective awakening experiences are often described in terms similar to individual enlightenment, a shift from ego-based thinking to a larger perspective, the dissolution of artificial boundaries, and the recognition of deeper patterns and connections. It's as if groups can remember their collective wisdom in the same way that individuals can remember their true nature. Historians still argue whether these scientific discoveries validate ancient spiritual insights or whether we're simply finding neural correlates for subjective experiences that don't necessarily reflect objective reality. But what's undeniable is that the scientific study of consciousness is revealing capacities and phenomena that challenge our basic assumptions about the nature of mind, reality, and human potential. The integration of ancient wisdom and modern science is creating what some researchers call a new paradigm of human development, one that sees awakening not as a rare mystical achievement, but as a natural developmental process that can be understood, cultivated, and integrated into daily life. This scientific validation of contemplative insights is helping to bridge the gap between spiritual and secular approaches to human flourishing. You're walking through the gallery of human potential, where the most extraordinary individuals throughout history have left us clues about what it means to fully remember who we are. These aren't just spiritual teachers or religious figures, they're artists, scientists, inventors, and visionaries who seemed to access levels of creativity and insight that transcended ordinary human limitations. What's fascinating is how consistently they describe their greatest achievements not as personal accomplishments, but as acts of remembering or receiving something that already existed. Albert Einstein, whose theories revolutionized our understanding of space, time, and reality, consistently described his scientific insights as acts of intuitive recognition rather than logical deduction. He famously said, "The important thing is not to stop questioning. Curiosity has its own reason for existing." But what's less well known is that Einstein reported his most profound insights came during what he called combinatory play, a state of relaxed, imaginative thinking that allowed new connections to emerge. Spontaneously, Einstein's description of discovering the theory of relativity sounds remarkably like accounts of spiritual awakening, a sudden recognition of a truth that had always been there, waiting to be noticed. He described riding a beam of light in his imagination and suddenly understanding that space and time were not separate but aspects of a single fabric. This wasn't calculation, it was recognition, like suddenly seeing the solution to a puzzle that had been staring you in the face all along. Here's the quirky part that makes physicists chuckle. Einstein spent the last 30 years of his life searching for a unified field theory that would reconcile quantum mechanics with general relativity. He never found it mathematically, but he remained convinced that such a unity existed because he could sense it intuitively. It's as if his consciousness had remembered a deeper order to reality that his intellect couldn't quite capture in equations. Leonardo da Vinci represents perhaps the most extraordinary example of human potential, fully expressed. His notebooks reveal a mind that saw connections everywhere between human anatomy and architectural principles, between the flow of water and the growth of hair, between the patterns in leaves and the structure of the heart. Leonardo didn't seem to learn these connections. He seemed to recognize them, as if the same principles that governed one aspect of nature automatically revealed themselves in all others. What's particularly fascinating about Leonardo is how he approached learning. Rather than studying subjects separately, he would immerse himself in direct observation and let patterns emerge naturally. His famous mirror writing wasn't just a quirk, it represented a different way of engaging with information, one that bypassed conventional mental categories and allowed for more fluid, intuitive understanding. Leonardo's greatest innovations came from what he called sappavidya, knowing how to see. He believed that all knowledge was already present in nature, waiting to be recognized by those who had developed the capacity for true observation. This sounds remarkably similar to contemplative traditions that teach awakening as a process of learning to see reality clearly rather than accumulating new information. Mozart provides another fascinating case study in the relationship between genius and remembering. He described his compositional process not as creating music, but as hearing complete symphonies in his mind and then simply writing them down. He could hear an entire piece simultaneously, like seeing a painting all at once rather than painting it stroke by stroke. This suggests that musical genius might involve accessing a level of consciousness where artistic creations exist in their complete form, waiting to be recognized and transcribed. The composer Johannes Brahms described a similar process, saying that his greatest works came during states of deep meditation when his individual personality dissolved and he became a channel for what he called the infinite. Brahms would enter these states deliberately, using breathing techniques and mental concentration that sound remarkably similar to traditional meditation practices. What's interesting is that many great composers report that their most beloved pieces felt like they were given rather than created. Beethoven, despite his reputation for struggling with his compositions, described his Ninth Symphony as coming to him in a dream, complete with the Ode to Joy melody that has become one of humanity's most recognizable musical themes. The field of mathematics has produced numerous examples of insights that seem to come from remembering rather than calculating. Srinivasa Ramanujan, the Indian mathematician who made extraordinary contributions to number theory despite having virtually no formal training, claimed that his mathematical insights came to him in dreams from the Hindu goddess Namagiri. His notebooks, filled with complex theorems stated without proof, continue to yield new mathematical discoveries a century after his death. What's remarkable about Ramanujan is that many of his mathematical intuitions have been proven correct using modern computational methods, despite the fact that he couldn't have possibly calculated them using the mathematical tools available in his time. It's as if he had direct access to mathematical truths that existed independent of human reasoning. Like a mathematician remembering the eternal language of numbers, Carl Jung provides a fascinating bridge between scientific and spiritual approaches to human potential. His concept of the collective unconscious suggests that all humans share access to universal patterns and wisdom that exist prior to individual experience. Jung's own life was marked by profound experiences that he described as encounters with archetypal forces, not hallucinations or fantasies, but recognitions of deeper layers of reality that are normally hidden from conscious awareness. Jung's process of active imagination, where he would dialogue with figures from his unconscious led to many of his most important psychological insights. He described this not as talking to imaginary characters, but as remembering aspects of the psyche that had been forgotten or repressed. His famous Red Book, published only after his death, documents a period of intensive inner exploration that reads like a spiritual awakening disguised as psychological research. The artist Georgia O'Keeffe described her painting process as a form of remembering rather than creating. She would spend hours observing flowers, bones, and landscapes until she felt she had absorbed their essential nature. Then paint not what she saw, but what she remembered feeling in their presence. Her paintings capture something beyond visual appearance. They seem to reveal the inner life of their subjects, as if O'Keeffe had remembered how to see with the eyes of consciousness itself. What's particularly interesting about O'Keeffe is how she described the relationship between artist and subject. She didn't feel like she was imposing her vision on external objects, but rather discovering the vision that was already there, waiting to be recognized. This suggests that artistic genius might involve remembering the consciousness that pervades all forms rather than projecting personal creativity onto passive matter. The inventor Nikola Tesla provides one of the most extraordinary examples of accessing information through non-ordinary means. Tesla claimed that he could visualize his inventions so clearly in his mind that he could run them for weeks, then examine them for wear and tear in his imagination. He could design, test, and refine complex machines entirely in mental space before ever building physical prototypes. Tesla described receiving his most important insights during what he called mental exaltation states of heightened awareness, where solutions to technical problems would appear spontaneously. He claimed that his alternating current motor came to him in a flash of insight while walking in a park, complete and perfect in every detail. This wasn't the result of systematic research, but rather a moment of recognition, as if the solution had always existed and was simply waiting for the right moment to be remembered. Here's where Tesla gets really interesting. He claimed to be in communication with intelligences from other planets and described receiving technical information through what he called cosmic radio. While most scientists dismissed these claims as eccentricity, Tesla's documented inventions were so far ahead of his time that some researchers wonder whether he might have been accessing information through means that science doesn't yet understand. The philosopher and mathematician Blaise Pascal experienced what he called his night of fire, a profound spiritual awakening that completely transformed his understanding of reality. Pascal, one of the founders of probability theory and a pioneer in computer science, described this experience not as learning something new, but as remembering a truth that had always been present. He wrote, "The heart has its reasons, which reason knows nothing of," suggesting that his mathematical genius was complemented by a form of intuitive knowing that transcended logical analysis. Pascal's famous wager about the existence of God wasn't just a logical argument, but reflected his recognition that ultimate truth might be accessible through faith and intuition rather than proof and demonstration. His integration of rigorous mathematical thinking with profound spiritual insights suggests that the highest human potential might involve remembering how to use both the analytical and intuitive capacities of consciousness. The mystic poet Rumi, whose verses continue to inspire millions of people 8 centuries after his death, described his poetry not as personal expression but as the voice of universal love speaking through him. Rumi's transformation from Islamic scholar to ecstatic poet began with his encounter with the wandering dervish Shams of Tabriz, who helped him remember the divine nature that had been hidden beneath layers of scholarly learning. What's fascinating about Rumi's poetry is how it manages to be both deeply personal and universally accessible. People from vastly different cultures and time periods find themselves reflected in his verses, as if he had remembered something about the human experience that transcends individual circumstances. His poems read like love letters from consciousness to itself, recognizing its own nature in the mirror of human experience. The scientist and mystic, Pierre Teilhard de Chardin, represents a unique integration of scientific rigor and spiritual vision. Teilhard, a Jesuit priest and paleontologist, developed a comprehensive theory of evolution that included consciousness as a fundamental force in the universe. His concept of the new sphere, a sphere of human thought surrounding the Earth, anticipated the Internet and global communication networks by decades. Teilhard described his insights as acts of recognition rather than discovery, seeing evolution not as a random process, but as consciousness remembering its way back to its source. His vision of the omega point, the ultimate convergence of consciousness and complexity, wasn't based on scientific data, but on what he called mystical intuition, a direct perception of evolution's direction and purpose. Historians still argue whether figures like Teilhard were genuine visionaries or simply creative interpreters of existing knowledge. But what's undeniable is their ability to synthesize vast amounts of information into coherent visions that continue to inspire and guide human development. Their greatest insights seem to come not from accumulating more data, but from recognizing the patterns that connect everything together. The common thread running through all these examples of extraordinary human potential is the theme of remembering rather than learning, recognition rather than achievement, and alignment with something larger than the individual personality. These individuals seem to have accessed levels of consciousness where personal creativity merges with universal intelligence, where individual insight becomes a window into cosmic truth. What's particularly relevant for our exploration is that none of these individuals described their gifts as supernatural or otherworldly. Instead, they consistently pointed to capacities that they believed were naturally available to all humans, abilities that had simply been forgotten or obscured by conventional education and social conditioning. They saw themselves not as exceptions, but as examples of human potential remembered and expressed. Asterisk. You're standing at the intersection where cutting-edge science meets ancient wisdom, and the view is absolutely breathtaking. The 21st century has brought us research technologies that can peer directly into the brain during moments of transcendence. And what scientists are discovering is rewriting everything we thought we knew about consciousness, reality, and human potential. The data is showing us that awakening experiences aren't just subjective feelings or cultural constructs. They're measurable neurological events that reveal hidden capacities built into the very architecture of human consciousness. Dr. Andrew Newberg's latest research using advanced SPECT imaging has identified what he calls enlightenment circuits in the brain-specific neural pathways that activate during profound spiritual experiences across different religious and cultural traditions. What's remarkable is that these circuits show consistent patterns. Whether the person is a Tibetan monk, a Christian mystic, a secular meditator, or someone having a spontaneous awakening experience, it's as if the brain has built-in hardware for transcendence that operates according to universal principles rather than cultural programming. The most fascinating discovery is that these enlightenment circuits don't just turn on during meditation or prayer. They show increased baseline activity in people who report having had awakening experiences, as if a profound spiritual opening permanently rewires the brain for expanded awareness. Dr. Newberg describes it as the brain remembering a more integrated way of functioning that becomes its new normal operating system. Here's where it gets deliciously weird. The brain changes associated with awakening experiences often happen much faster than neuroplasticity research would predict. Dr. Sarah Zar's team at Harvard documented significant increases in gray matter density after just 8 weeks of meditation practice, but some participants showed measurable changes after single profound experiences. It's as if certain types of consciousness shifts can trigger rapid neural reorganization, like the brain suddenly remembering a more efficient configuration it had forgotten how to access. The field of psychedelic neuroscience has exploded with discoveries that challenge our basic assumptions about brain function and consciousness. Dr. Robin Carhart Harris's research using fMRI scans of people on psilocybin has revealed that these substances don't increase brain activity, they actually decrease activity in what researchers call the default mode network, the same brain regions that show reduced activity during awakening experiences and deep meditation. This default mode network, which includes the medial prefrontal cortex and posterior cingulate cortex, appears to be responsible for maintaining our sense of being a separate self with a continuous personal history. When this network quiets down, people report experiences of unity consciousness, ego dissolution, and what they consistently describe as remembering who I really am beyond my personality. What's particularly fascinating is that the degree of default mode network suppression directly correlates with the intensity of mystical experience and the lasting positive changes in personality and well-being. It's as if the brain has a built-in mechanism for transcending the ego self, and psychedelics simply provide one way of activating this natural capacity for expanded awareness. Dr. Matthew Johnson's research at Johns Hopkins has shown that a single profound psilocybin experience can produce lasting increases in the personality trait psychologists call openness to experience changes that persist for at least a year and often much longer. But participants don't describe these changes as becoming different people. Instead, they report feeling like they've become more authentically themselves, as if the experience helped them remember aspects of their personality that had been suppressed or forgotten. The research on DMT conducted by Dr. Rick Strassman and others has revealed even more mysterious phenomena. DMT produces the most intense and short-lived psychedelic experiences known to science, but participants consistently report encounters with what they describe as autonomous entities, beings, that seem to exist independently and often communicate information that the person couldn't have known through normal means, while mainstream science remains skeptical about the ontological status of these entities. What's undeniable is that people report receiving profound insights about themselves and reality during these encounters. Many describe the beings as teachers or guides who help them remember their true nature and purpose, whether these entities are aspects of the unconscious mind or something more mysterious. They seem to serve a function similar to traditional spiritual teachers, helping people recognize truths about themselves that they had forgotten. Dr. Ada Frexka's research in Hungary has shown that DMT may actually be produced naturally in the human brain, particularly during birth, death, and deep meditative states. If this research is confirmed, it would suggest that the profound awakening experiences reported with DMT might be activating endogenous processes, literally helping people remember states of consciousness that are naturally available to human beings. The field of near-death experience research has produced some of the most compelling evidence that consciousness might not be entirely dependent on brain activity. Dr. Pim van Lammel's prospective study of cardiac arrest patients found that some individuals reported profound conscious experiences during periods when their brains showed no measurable activity. These experiences often included accurate perceptions of events occurring in the physical world while the person was clinically dead. What's particularly relevant to our theme is how NDE experiencers describe their encounters with deceased relatives and spiritual beings. They consistently report recognizing these entities not as strangers, but as beings they've always known, as if death temporarily removes the filters that normally limit consciousness to personal memory and individual perspective. Many describe the experience as coming home to a more fundamental level of identity that exists beyond the physical body and personality. Dr. Kenneth Ring's research has shown that NDE experiences often return with enhanced psychic abilities, increased empathy, and a profound sense of life purpose that wasn't present before their experience. But they don't describe these as new capacities they've gained. Instead, they report that the experience helped them remember abilities and insights that feel like they were always part of their nature. The field of consciousness studies is bringing together researchers from neuroscience, physics, philosophy, and contemplative traditions to tackle what philosopher David Chalmers calls the hard problem of consciousness, explaining how subjective experience arises from objective brain processes. What's emerging from this interdisciplinary dialogue is a growing recognition that consciousness might be more fundamental to reality than previously assumed. Dr. Christoph Koch, one of the world's leading neuroscientists, has become an advocate for integrated information theory, which suggests that consciousness is a basic feature of reality that emerges whenever information is integrated in complex ways. This theory implies that consciousness isn't produced by brains but is a fundamental property of the universe that brains can access and channel. If integrated information theory is correct, then awakening experiences might involve recognizing the conscious nature of reality itself, remembering that awareness isn't a product of neural activity but the fundamental fabric from which both brains and everything else emerge. This would explain why people often report that awakening feels like remembering something they've always known rather than learning something new. The research on quantum biology has revealed that quantum effects play important roles in biological processes like photosynthesis, bird navigation, and possibly even consciousness itself. Dr. Stuart Hameroff's work on quantum processes in brain microtubules suggests that consciousness might have quantum properties that allow for non-local connections and information processing that transcends classical physics. While the field of quantum consciousness remains controversial, the research has identified quantum coherence in biological systems that were previously thought to be too warm and noisy to support quantum effects. This suggests that the boundary between quantum and classical physics might be more fluid than assumed, particularly in living systems that have evolved to harness quantum phenomena for biological advantage. If consciousness does have quantum properties, it would help explain some of the more mysterious aspects of awakening experiences: the sense of being connected to all of existence, the ability to access information beyond personal memory, and the feeling that individual consciousness is part of a larger, unified field of awareness. The Global Consciousness Project, initiated by Dr. Roger Nelson at Princeton, has been collecting data from random number generators around the world for over 2 decades, looking for correlations between global events and deviations from randomness. The project has documented statistically significant correlations between major world events like 9/11s, natural disasters, and global celebrations and changes in the behavior of these random systems. While the mechanisms behind these correlations remain mysterious, the data suggests that human consciousness might have subtle but measurable effects on physical systems, particularly during events that capture collective attention. This research implies that consciousness might not be confined to individual brains but could be part of a larger field that connects all minds and potentially influences physical reality. The field of morphic resonance, proposed by biologist Dr. Rupert Sheldrake, suggests that natural systems inherit a collective memory from all previous similar systems. While controversial in mainstream science, Sheldrake's research has documented phenomena that are difficult to explain through conventional mechanisms, like the tendency for new behaviors to spread rapidly through populations without direct contact, or the observation that laboratory experiments become easier to replicate over time. If morphic resonance is real, it would provide a mechanism for understanding how spiritual insights and awakening experiences might be transmitted across cultures and generations without direct teaching. It could explain why certain realizations about consciousness and reality seem to emerge spontaneously in different times and places, as if humanity is collectively remembering truths that transcend individual discovery. Dr. Dean Radin's research at the Institute of Noetic Sciences has documented statistically significant evidence for psychic phenomena like telepathy, precognition, and psychokinesis under controlled laboratory conditions. While these effects are typically small and difficult to replicate consistently, the cumulative evidence from thousands of experiments suggests that consciousness might have capacities that extend beyond the physical brain. What's particularly interesting is that people who report having had awakening experiences often show enhanced performance on tests of psychic ability, as if expanded consciousness naturally includes access to information and abilities that transcend ordinary sensory perception. This suggests that what we call psychic phenomena might actually be natural human capacities that become more accessible as consciousness remembers its true nature. The research on heart-brain coherence has revealed that the heart contains its own neural network with over 40,000 neurons that can influence brain function and consciousness. The HeartMath Institute's research shows that positive emotions and coherent heart rhythms can enhance cognitive performance, emotional stability, and intuitive abilities, suggesting that awakening might involve remembering the intelligence of the heart as well as the mind. Dr. Roland McCraty's research has shown that the heart's electromagnetic field is 60 times greater in amplitude than the brain's, and can be detected several feet away from the body. Advanced meditators show increased heart-brain coherence and enhanced ability to influence others' heart rhythms through their presence alone, suggesting that awakened consciousness might naturally radiate coherent energy that affects the surrounding environment. Historians still argue whether these scientific discoveries validate ancient spiritual insights, or whether we're simply finding neural correlates for subjective experiences that don't necessarily reflect objective reality. But what's undeniable is that the scientific study of consciousness is revealing capacities and phenomena that challenge our basic assumptions about the nature of mind, reality, and human potential. The integration of ancient wisdom and modern science is creating what some researchers call a new paradigm of human development, one that sees awakening not as a rare mystical achievement, but as a natural developmental process that can be understood, cultivated, and integrated into daily life. This scientific validation of contemplative insights is helping to bridge the gap between spiritual and secular approaches to human flourishing, suggesting that remembering who we really are might be the next stage in human evolution. You're walking through the laboratory of your own daily life, where the most profound spiritual insights are waiting to be discovered, not on mountaintops or in monasteries, but in the utterly ordinary moments that make up the fabric of human existence. The beautiful irony of awakening is that it's not about transcending your humanity, but about fully embracing it, remembering that every mundane experience is actually a doorway to the sacred, every routine interaction a chance to recognize the divine playing hide-and-seek with itself. Consider the simple act of washing dishes, that most domestic of chores that millions of people perform without a second thought. Thich Nhat Hanh, the Vietnamese Zen master, revolutionized Western understanding of mindfulness by suggesting that washing dishes could be as profound a spiritual practice as sitting in meditation. But he wasn't talking about making dishwashing into something special. He was pointing to the specialness that's already present in the act itself when you remember how to pay attention, when you're standing at the sink, feeling the warm water flowing over your hands, watching the soap bubbles form and dissolve. You're witnessing the same principles that govern the birth and death of stars. The water molecules dancing around your fingers are following the same patterns that create galaxies and hurricanes. The simple act of cleaning becomes a meditation on impermanence, interconnection, and the fundamental aliveness that pervades all existence. Here's what's deliciously ordinary about awakening. It doesn't require you to become someone different or do something extraordinary. Instead, it asks you to remember how to be fully present with what's already happening. The dishes don't become sacred because you're paying attention to them. They were always sacred. And your attention simply helps you remember this truth. The morning coffee ritual provides another perfect example of everyday enlightenment hiding in plain sight. That first sip of coffee isn't just caffeine delivery, it's a communion with the earth, sun, rain, and countless hands that brought those beans from seed to cup. The warmth spreading through your body is the same energy that powers photosynthesis and nuclear fusion. The alertness that follows is consciousness recognizing its own capacity for awareness. But most of us miss this miracle because we're already thinking about the day ahead, checking our phones, or rushing through the experience. To get to something we imagine is more important. The awakening invitation isn't to make coffee drinking into a big spiritual production. It's to remember that this moment, exactly as it is, contains everything you've been seeking. The phenomenon of traffic meditation illustrates how even the most frustrating daily experiences can become gateways to expanded awareness. Sitting in traffic, that modern form of purgatory that triggers road rage and existential despair, actually provides perfect conditions for practicing presence and acceptance. You're literally forced to slow down, to be still, to confront your resistance to what is. Advanced practitioners report that traffic jams become opportunities to practice loving kindness toward fellow commuters, to observe the arising and passing of impatience and frustration, and to recognize the spacious awareness that remains calm even when the personality is having a meltdown. The traffic doesn't become enlightened. You remember that enlightenment was always available. Even in the middle of the morning rush hour, the practice of conscious eating reveals how every meal is actually a ceremony of interconnection and gratitude. The apple you're munching contains sunlight, soil, water, and the care of farmers and truck drivers and grocery store workers. When you really pay attention to the act of eating, you're participating in the cosmic process of transformation, becoming energy, separation becoming unity. The universe literally feeding itself through your experience. Many people report profound awakening experiences while eating mindfully, suddenly recognizing their fundamental interconnection with all life. It's not that the food becomes magical, it's that you remember the magic that was always there, hidden beneath layers of habitual unconsciousness and hurried consumption. The simple act of breathing offers perhaps the most accessible doorway to awakening that exists. You're doing it right now, about 20,000 times per day, mostly without any conscious awareness. But breath is literally the interface between inner and outer, self and world, voluntary and involuntary. Every inhale brings the universe into your body. Every exhale releases your essence back into the cosmic dance. When you begin to pay attention to breathing, not controlling it, just witnessing it, something remarkable happens. You start to notice that there's an awareness observing the breath that isn't itself breathing. This witnessing presence doesn't come and go with the breath. It remains constant, spacious, and unaffected by whatever is being observed. Many people recognize their true nature for the first time through this simple observation. You are not the breath, the thoughts, or the sensations. You are the aware presence in which all experience arises. The experience of falling asleep provides a nightly opportunity to witness consciousness transitioning between different states. Yet most people miss this miracle because they're unconscious during the transition itself. But with practice, you can learn to maintain awareness as the body falls asleep while the mind remains alerter. State that mystics call yoga nidra, or conscious sleep. In this liminal space between waking and sleeping, the boundaries between self and world become fluid, and people often report profound insights about the nature of consciousness itself. You begin to recognize that awareness doesn't depend on the waking state it's present during dreams. And even during deep sleep, there's a knowing presence that remembers the experience of not remembering. The daily commute, that routine journey between home and work that most people endure on autopilot, actually offers a perfect metaphor for the spiritual journey itself. You're traveling between different aspects of your identity, the private self and the professional self, the intimate and the public, the relaxed and the focused. But underneath all these shifting roles and contexts, there's a constant presence that makes the journey. Some commuters report that their most profound spiritual insights occur during these transitional periods, when the mind is relatively quiet and the usual distractions are minimized. The rhythmic motion of the train or the meditative quality of highway driving can induce states of expanded awareness, where insights about life's direction and purpose naturally arise. It's as if the physical journey awakens recognition of the deeper journey that consciousness is always making. The phenomenon of shower enlightenment is so common that researchers have actually studied why people have their best ideas while bathing. The combination of warm water, rhythmic sound, and the absence of external demands creates ideal conditions for what psychologists call diffuse attention, a relaxed state of awareness where creative insights and spiritual recognitions can spontaneously emerge. Many people report having profound realizations about their life's purpose, solutions to persistent problems, or sudden understanding of spiritual concepts while shampooing their hair. It's not that showers are inherently enlightening, it's that they provide one of the few times in modern life when we're truly alone with ourselves, free from digital distractions and social demands, allowing deeper wisdom to surface naturally. The practice of conscious walking transforms the simple act of moving from point A to point B into a meditation on presence and embodiment. When you pay attention to walking, feeling your feet contact the ground, noticing the rhythm of your steps, observing how your body moves through space, you're practicing what Zen masters call just walking. Not walking to get somewhere, not walking for exercise, just walking for the pure experience of walking itself. This shift from goal-oriented to process-oriented awareness is at the heart of awakening. Most of life is spent rushing toward imagined future moments of satisfaction, missing the aliveness that's available in each step of the journey. Conscious walking helps you remember that the destination is always here, in this step, in this breath, in this moment of embodied presence. The experience of waiting in line at the grocery store, for the bus, for a friend who's running late typically, triggers impatience and mental commentary about wasted time. But waiting actually provides perfect conditions for practicing presence and acceptance. You're forced to be still, to confront your resistance to the present moment, to observe the mind's tendency to escape into fantasies about the future or regrets about the past. Advanced practitioners learn to transform waiting into meditation, using these forced pauses as opportunities to return to awareness of breathing, to practice loving kindness toward fellow waiters, or simply to rest in the spacious presence that's always available beneath the surface agitation of the personality. The waiting doesn't become enjoyable. You remember that peace was always available. Even in the midst of inconvenience and delay, the daily ritual of getting dressed offers a fascinating opportunity to observe the relationship between identity and appearance. As you choose what to wear, you're literally constructing the persona you'll present to the world, making countless unconscious decisions about how you want to be perceived and how you want to feel about yourself. Some people report profound insights about the nature of identity while getting dressed. Suddenly recognizing how much of their self-concept is based on external appearance and social roles, they begin to distinguish between the essential self that chooses the clothes and the temporary persona that wears them, remembering that their true nature exists, independent of any particular image or identity. The experience of physical pain, whether from exercise, injury, or chronic conditions, provides one of the most direct pathways to understanding the difference between experiencing and suffering. Pain is inevitable in human life, but suffering is the mental story we tell ourselves about the pain. When you learn to observe physical sensations with curiosity rather than resistance, something remarkable happens. The sensations remain, but the suffering often dissolves. Many people discover their capacity for equanimity and acceptance through working consciously with physical discomfort. They learn that they are not their bodies, not their sensations, but the aware presence that observes all experience with compassion and understanding. This recognition often generalizes to emotional pain as well, helping people remember their essential nature as the space in which all experience arises and passes away. The simple act of listening, really listening to another person without planning your response or judging what they're saying, is perhaps one of the most profound spiritual practices available. Deep listening requires you to temporarily set aside your own agenda and become fully present with another's experience. In doing so, you often discover that the boundaries between self and other are more fluid than you imagined. Many people report that their most profound experiences of love and connection occur during moments of deep listening, when they suddenly recognize the same consciousness looking out through different eyes. The other person doesn't become special. You remember that everyone is special, that every human interaction is an opportunity for consciousness to recognize itself in apparent others. The daily experience of making choices, what to eat, what to wear, how to respond to emails, which route to take to work, offers constant opportunities to practice conscious decision-making. Most choices are made automatically, based on habit, preference, or social conditioning, but when you bring awareness to the process of choosing, you begin to recognize the freedom that exists in each moment. This recognition of choice-making as a spiritual practice helps you remember that you're not a victim of circumstances, but an active participant in creating your experience of reality. Every choice becomes an opportunity to align with your deepest values, to act from love rather than fear, to remember who you really are beneath the layers of conditioning and automatic reactivity. The phenomenon of digital meditation has emerged as people learn to bring mindfulness to their interactions with technology. Instead of being unconsciously pulled into the addictive patterns of social media and internet browsing, some practitioners use technology as a bell of mindfulness, a reminder to return to present moment awareness. They might pause before checking their phone to take a conscious breath, use the loading time of websites as opportunities for brief meditations, or practice loving kindness toward people they encounter online. The technology doesn't become sacred. They remember that every moment is an opportunity to practice presence and compassion, even in the digital realm. The daily cycle of energy, the natural rhythms of alertness and fatigue, enthusiasm and rest provides a perfect teacher for understanding the impermanent nature of all experience. When you pay attention to these cycles without trying to control them, you begin to recognize that all states of consciousness are temporary visitors in the space of awareness. This recognition helps you develop equanimity toward both high energy and low energy states, remembering that your essential nature remains constant even as your experience continuously changes. You learn to surf the waves of energy rather than being tossed around by them, finding stability in the awareness that observes all fluctuations with compassion and understanding. The simple practice of saying thank you, really meaning it, feeling genuine gratitude rather than just following social convention, can become a profound spiritual practice. Gratitude naturally shifts your attention from what's missing to what's present, from scarcity to abundance, from separation to connection. Many people discover that cultivating genuine appreciation for ordinary experiences, the taste of water when you're thirsty, the warmth of sunlight on your skin, the sound of laughter from children playing naturally opens the heart and expands awareness. You don't have to manufacture gratitude for extraordinary things. You simply remember to notice the extraordinary nature of ordinary things. You're standing in the middle of your relationships, where the most profound spiritual teachings are disguised as family dynamics, romantic partnerships, friendships, and even casual encounters with strangers. The beautiful paradox of human connection is that other people serve as both the greatest obstacles to awakening and the most powerful catalysts for remembering who you really are. Every relationship is essentially consciousness exploring itself through the mirror of apparent separation, playing an elaborate game of hide-and-seek that ultimately reveals the underlying unity of all experience. The phenomenon of projection in relationships provides one of the clearest examples of how we create our reality through unconscious patterns of perception. When you find yourself repeatedly triggered by the same behaviors in different people, whether it's your partner's messiness, your colleague's arrogance, or your friend's neediness, you're usually encountering aspects of yourself that you've disowned or rejected. Carl Jung called this the shadow, the parts of our personality that we've pushed into the unconscious because they don't fit our self-image. But here's what's fascinating. The people who trigger you most intensely are often serving as unconscious teachers, helping you recognize and integrate these disowned aspects of yourself. The annoying behavior you see in others is frequently a mirror reflecting something you need to acknowledge and accept within yourself. Dr. Harville Hendrix's research on imagotherapy shows that we're unconsciously attracted to romantic partners who carry both the positive and negative traits of our early caregivers. This isn't masochistic self-sabotage. It's the psyche's attempt to heal old wounds and complete unfinished developmental tasks. Your romantic relationships are literally designed to trigger your deepest patterns of reactivity, so you can become conscious of them and choose different responses. What many couples discover through conscious relationship work is that their conflicts aren't really about the surface issues. They're arguing about money, sex, household chores, or social plans. Instead, they're about deeper needs for recognition, safety, autonomy, and connection that often trace back to childhood experiences. When you begin to see your partner's difficult behaviors as expressions of unmet needs rather than personal attacks, the entire dynamic of the relationship can shift from adversarial to collaborative. The practice of conscious communication involves learning to speak from your authentic experience rather than from reactive patterns of blame, defense, or manipulation. This means taking responsibility for your own emotions instead of making others responsible for how you feel. Expressing your needs clearly without demanding that others meet them, and listening to understand rather than to be right. Many people report that learning to communicate consciously is like learning a new language, one that creates intimacy and understanding rather than distance and conflict. The words don't become magical. You remember how to use language as a bridge between inner worlds rather than as a weapon for protecting your ego or controlling others. The phenomenon of empathic resonance in close relationships reveals how deeply interconnected human consciousness really is. Long-term partners often report knowing when something is wrong with their loved one, even when they're physically separated, finishing each other's sentences, or having the same thoughts simultaneously. While science hasn't fully explained these phenomena, they're reported so consistently that researchers are beginning to take them seriously. Dr. Dean Radin's research at the Institute of Noetic Sciences has documented measurable physiological correlations between emotionally bonded individuals, even when they're isolated in separate rooms. When one person experiences stress or relaxation, their partner's nervous system often shows corresponding changes, suggesting that intimate relationships create fields of shared consciousness that transcend physical proximity. This research provides a scientific basis for what mystics have always taught. Separation is largely an illusion, and love is the recognition of fundamental unity disguised as relationship between apparently separate beings. The deepest intimacy occurs when two people recognize that they're both expressions of the same underlying consciousness, temporarily playing the roles of lover and beloved. The challenge of unconditional love in human relationships reveals the difference between ego-based attachment and soul-level connection. Ego love is conditionally depends on the other person meeting your needs, behaving in ways you approve of, and maintaining the image you have of them. When they inevitably fail to live up to these expectations, ego love turns to disappointment, resentment, or attempts to change them. Soul love, by contrast, recognizes the essential perfection of the other person exactly as they are, including their flaws, limitations, and unconscious patterns. This doesn't mean accepting abusive behavior or abandoning healthy boundaries. It means loving the person while making conscious choices about how much of their behavior you're willing to experience. Many people discover that their capacity for unconditional love expands naturally as they learn to love themselves unconditionally. The harsh inner critic that judges your own mistakes and imperfections is the same voice that criticizes others. As you develop compassion for your own humanity, you naturally extend that compassion to everyone else's humanity as well. The experience of parenting as spiritual practice transforms the challenges of raising children into opportunities for profound personal growth and awakening. Children are natural Zen masters. They live completely in the present moment, express their emotions authentically without shame, and approach life with wonder and curiosity. But they also trigger every unhealed wound, unresolved pattern, and unconscious reaction in their parents. Dr. Shefali Soberi's work on conscious parenting shows that children often serve as unconscious teachers for their parents, reflecting back the areas where healing and growth are needed. The child who won't follow rules might be teaching a controlling parent about flexibility and trust. The anxious child might be reflecting a parent's own unprocessed fears and need for security. What many parents discover is that their children don't need perfect parents. They need authentic parents who are willing to acknowledge their mistakes, repair relationship ruptures, and continue growing throughout the parenting journey. The goal isn't to raise perfect children, but to use the challenges of parenting as opportunities to become more conscious, compassionate, and emotionally mature adults. The phenomenon of friendship as mirror reveals how our closest friends often reflect different aspects of our personality back to us. The friend who's always getting into dramatic situations might be reflecting your own tendency toward chaos and intensity. The friend who's extremely organized and disciplined might be showing you possibilities for greater act structure and focus in your own life. What's particularly interesting is how friendships change as people grow and evolve spiritually. Sometimes, old friendships naturally fade as people's interests and values diverge. Other times, friendships deepen as both people become more authentic and vulnerable with each other. The key is recognizing that all relationships are temporary forms in the eternal dance of consciousness. Some are meant to last for decades, others for brief but meaningful encounters. The challenge of difficult people in our lives, whether they're family members we can't avoid, colleagues we have to work with, or neighbors we encounter regularly, provides some of the most powerful opportunities for spiritual growth. These individuals often trigger our deepest patterns of reactivity, forcing us to confront aspects of ourselves we'd rather avoid. The spiritual approach to difficult people isn't to try to change them or to become a doormat for their unconscious behavior. Instead, it's to use these encounters as opportunities to practice maintaining your center, setting healthy boundaries, and responding from wisdom rather than reactivity. Often, the most difficult people in our lives are our greatest teachers, helping us develop qualities like patience, compassion, and inner strength that we might not cultivate otherwise. Dr. Marshall Rosenberg's work on nonviolent communication provides practical tools for transforming conflict into connection by learning to hear the unmet needs beneath difficult behaviors. When someone is being aggressive, controlling, or manipulative, they're usually trying to meet legitimate needs for safety, autonomy, or recognition in unskillful ways. By learning to see the humanity beneath the difficult behavior, you can often find creative ways to address the underlying needs, while maintaining your own boundaries and well-being. The experience of grief and loss in relationships through death, divorce, or the natural ending of friendships provides profound teachings about the impermanent nature of all forms, while revealing the eternal nature of love itself. The pain of loss often cracks open the heart in ways that allow deeper levels of compassion and understanding to emerge. Many people report that their most profound spiritual openings occurred during periods of grief, when the usual defenses and distractions were stripped away and they were forced to confront the fundamental questions of existence. Grief teaches that love doesn't end when relationships end. It transforms from personal attachment to universal compassion, from possessive clinging to grateful appreciation for whatever time was shared. The practice of forgiveness in relationships reveals the difference between condoning harmful behavior and freeing yourself from the burden of resentment. True forgiveness isn't about the other person, it's about releasing yourself from the prison of anger and hurt that keeps you connected to past wounds. Forgiveness is ultimately a selfish act in the highest sense. You do it for your own freedom and peace of mind. What many people discover is that forgiveness isn't a one-time event, but an ongoing practice of releasing resentment whenever it arises. You might need to forgive the same person for the same hurt multiple times as different layers of the wound surface for healing. The goal isn't to forget what happened or to trust someone who's proven untrustworthy. It's to free your heart from the burden of carrying old pain into present moments. The phenomenon of sexual intimacy as spiritual practice reveals how physical union can become a doorway to transcendent states of consciousness. when sexual connection moves beyond ego gratification and performance anxiety into authentic vulnerability and presence. It can trigger experiences of unity, consciousness, ego dissolution, and profound love that mirror the highest mystical states. Tantric traditions have always recognized sexuality as a pathway to enlightenment rather than an obstacle to spiritual development. The key is bringing the same qualities of presence, surrender, and heart-opening that characterize meditation practice into intimate physical connection. This doesn't require any special techniques or positions. It simply means being fully present with your partner and allowing the natural intelligence of the body and heart to guide the experience. Many couples report that their most profound experiences of sexual intimacy occur when they stop trying to achieve anything and simply allow themselves to be completely vulnerable and present with each other. In these moments, the boundaries between self and other dissolve, and they recognize themselves as expressions of the same love, making love to itself through apparently separate forms. The challenge of family dynamics often provides the most intense spiritual curriculum available, as family relationships typically involve the deepest patterns of conditioning, the strongest emotional triggers, and the longest history of unconscious reactivity. The family member who can push your buttons faster than anyone else is often your most powerful teacher, helping you see exactly where you're still unconscious and reactive. Many people find that their spiritual growth is most clearly measured by how they respond to family gatherings and interactions. Can you maintain your center when your mother criticizes your life choices? Can you respond with compassion when your sibling falls into familiar patterns of drama or competition? Can you love your family members exactly as they are while maintaining healthy boundaries around their unconscious behaviors? The practice of seeing family relationships as spiritual assignments, rather than personal burdens, can transform even the most challenging family dynamics into opportunities for growth and healing. This doesn't mean accepting abusive behavior or sacrificing your well-being for family harmony. It means using family interactions as a laboratory for practicing unconditional love, healthy boundaries, and conscious communication. Historians still argue whether human relationships are primarily sources of suffering that distract from spiritual development, or whether they're the most direct path to awakening through love and service to others. But what's becoming clear is that both perspectives contain truth. Relationships can either reinforce unconscious patterns and ego-based reactivity, or they can serve as powerful catalysts for recognizing the love and awareness that you fundamentally are. The key seems to be bringing consciousness to your relationships rather than using them to escape from consciousness. When you remember that every person you encounter is consciousness in disguise, every interaction becomes an opportunity to practice love. Every conflict becomes a chance to choose understanding over reactivity, and every relationship becomes a mirror reflecting your own capacity for awakening. You're walking through the marketplace of modern spirituality, where ancient wisdom traditions have collided with contemporary psychology, neuroscience, and popular culture to create a fascinating and sometimes bewildering landscape of awakening opportunities. The democratization of spiritual knowledge through books, workshops, online courses, and social media has made profound teachings more accessible than ever before. But it's also created what researchers call spiritual materialism, the tendency to collect awakening experiences like trophies rather than integrating them into the fabric of daily life. The phenomenon of spiritual bypassing, first identified by psychologist John Wellwood, describes the common tendency to use spiritual concepts and practices to avoid dealing with psychological wounds, emotional pain, and practical life challenges. People might meditate for hours while avoiding intimate relationships, talk eloquently about oneness while treating service workers rudely, or claim to have transcended the ego while displaying obvious narcissistic behaviors. Dr. Robert Augustus Masters' research on spiritual bypassing shows that this pattern is remarkably common, even among advanced practitioners and teachers. The problem isn't with spiritual practice itself, but with using spirituality as a sophisticated form of defense mechanism, a way to maintain the illusion of being evolved while avoiding the messy work of psychological healing and emotional maturity. What's particularly tricky about spiritual bypassing is that it often involves genuine spiritual insights that are used in service of ego protection rather than ego transcendence. Someone might have a profound experience of unity consciousness during meditation, then use that experience to justify avoiding conflict resolution in their marriage or to claim they're beyond ordinary human emotions like anger or sadness. The integration of spiritual awakening with psychological health requires what Dr. John Prendergast calls embodied spirituality, recognizing that true awakening includes rather than excludes our humanity. This means honoring both the absolute dimension of consciousness, our essential nature as awareness itself, and the relative dimension of human experience, our psychological patterns, emotional needs, and interpersonal challenges. Here's where it gets deliciously complex. Many people report that their most profound spiritual openings actually made them more sensitive to psychological and emotional material, not less. As the heart opens and defenses soften, previously suppressed traumas, fears, and unmet needs often surface for healing. What looks like spiritual regression is actually spiritual progress, the psyche finally feeling safe enough to release what it's been holding. The rise of trauma-informed spirituality represents a crucial evolution in how we understand the relationship between healing and awakening. Researchers like Dr. Peter Levine and Dr. Bessel van der Kolk have shown that unresolved trauma is stored in the body and nervous system, not just in the mind, and that spiritual practices can sometimes trigger traumatic material without providing adequate support for integration. Dr. Gabor Mate's work on trauma and addiction reveals that what we often call spiritual seeking might actually be the psyche's attempt to heal developmental wounds and attachment injuries through transcendent experiences. The person who becomes addicted to meditation, retreats, or psychedelic experiences might be unconsciously trying to access states of safety, connection, and wholeness that were missing in early life. This doesn't invalidate the spiritual dimension of these experiences. It simply recognizes that awakening often involves healing the wounded aspects of the psyche, alongside recognizing our essential nature as pure awareness. The goal isn't to choose between psychological healing and spiritual awakening, but to recognize them as complementary aspects of human wholeness. The phenomenon of spiritual emergency, coined by Stanislav and Christina Graf, describes periods when spiritual awakening occurs so rapidly that it overwhelms the personality's capacity to integrate the experience. Symptoms might include vivid visions, encounters with archetypal beings, experiences of past lives, or sudden psychic abilities that can be mistaken for mental illness by conventional psychiatry. The Groff's research shows that these spiritual emergencies often represent natural developmental processes rather than pathological states, but they require skilled support and understanding to navigate safely. The person experiencing rapid awakening needs help distinguishing between genuine spiritual insights and psychological projections. learning to ground transcendent experiences in practical daily life, and integrating expanded awareness with healthy ego functioning. What's particularly important is recognizing that spiritual emergency can be triggered by various factors: intensive meditation practice, psychedelic experiences, major life transitions, physical illness, or even spontaneous awakening that occurs without any apparent cause. The key is providing supportive environments where people can explore these experiences without being pathologized or dismissed. The field of transpersonal psychology has emerged to address the intersection between spiritual experience and mental health. Pioneers like Abraham Maslow, Stanislav Grof, and Ken Wilber have developed frameworks for understanding human development that include transpersonal stages beyond conventional ego maturity stages, characterized by expanded identity, service to others, and direct experience of spiritual realities. Dr. Francis Vaughan's work on transpersonal psychotherapy shows that effective therapy for spiritually oriented individuals often needs to address multiple levels simultaneously: the personal level of psychological healing, the interpersonal level of relationship skills, and the transpersonal level of spiritual development. Ignoring any of these dimensions can lead to incomplete healing and integration. What's fascinating is that many people report their most significant psychological breakthroughs occurring during or after profound spiritual experiences. It's as if expanded consciousness provides a larger context for understanding personal wounds and patterns, allowing healing to occur from a place of compassion and wisdom rather than just analysis and technique. The rise of psychedelic therapy represents a revolutionary approach to mental health that combines spiritual insights with rigorous scientific methodology. Research at institutions like Johns Hopkins, NYU, and Imperial College London has shown that substances like psilocybin, MDMA, and LSD can produce rapid and lasting improvements in conditions like depression, PTSD, and addiction when used in supportive therapeutic contexts. What's particularly relevant to our exploration is that participants in these studies consistently describe their healing experiences in spiritual terms, recognizing their essential wholeness beyond psychological wounds, experiencing unconditional love and forgiveness, and remembering their connection to something larger than personal suffering. The substances don't cure mental illness, they help people remember their fundamental wellness and resilience. Dr. Robin Carhart Harris's research suggests that psychedelics work by temporarily disrupting rigid patterns of brain activity that maintain depressive and anxious thinking, allowing the psyche to reorganize around healthier patterns. This neuroplasticity effect is enhanced when the psychedelic experience occurs in a context that emphasizes healing, growth, and integration rather than just recreational escape. The integration phase following psychedelic experiences is crucial for lasting benefit. People need support in translating profound insights into practical life changes, processing difficult material that may surface during the experience, and maintaining connection to the expanded perspectives they accessed. Without proper integration, even the most profound psychedelic insights can fade back into ordinary consciousness without creating lasting transformation. The phenomenon of spiritual teachers and the complex dynamics of student-teacher relationships provides another crucial area for understanding how awakening unfolds in human contexts throughout history. The relationship between spiritual teacher and students has been recognized as both the most powerful catalyst for awakening and the most potentially harmful dynamic in spiritual communities. Dr. John Wellwood's research on spiritual Authority shows that authentic spiritual teachers embody a paradoxical combination of profound wisdom and genuine humility. Deep realization and continued learning, they point students toward their own inner authority rather than creating dependency. And they demonstrate integration of spiritual insight with psychological maturity and ethical behavior. The problem arises when teachers or students confuse spiritual realization with psychological perfection, leading to what researchers call guru syndrome, the inflation of the teacher's ego around their spiritual attainments and the projection of perfection by students who want to avoid taking responsibility for their own development. Many spiritual communities have been damaged by scandals involving teachers who demonstrated profound spiritual insights. Alongside serious psychological and ethical problems, these situations reveal the importance of what Dr. Jack Cornfield calls spiritual maturity, the integration of awakening with emotional intelligence, ethical behavior, and healthy relationships, the rise of peer-based spirituality and online spiritual communities represents a significant shift away from traditional hierarchical teacher-student relationships toward more egalitarian models of spiritual exploration. Social media platforms, online forums, and virtual meditation groups allow people to share insights, support each other's practice, and learn from diverse perspectives without relying on single authority figures. While this democratization of spiritual wisdom has many benefits, it also creates challenges around discernment, depth, and accountability. Without experienced guides, people might mistake preliminary insights for complete realization, avoid the difficult work of integration, or get lost in spiritual concepts without developing genuine embodiment. The field of integral spirituality, developed by philosopher Ken Wilber, attempts to create comprehensive frameworks that honor both the heights of spiritual realization and the depths of psychological development. Wilber's integral theory suggests that healthy human development requires growth along multiple lines simultaneously: cognitive, emotional, moral, spiritual, and interpersonal. This integral approach recognizes that someone can be highly developed in one area while remaining relatively undeveloped in others. A person might have profound meditative realizations while struggling with intimate relationships, or demonstrate great compassion while lacking practical life skills. True maturity requires development across all major areas of human functioning. Dr. Suzanne Cook-Reuter's research on ego development shows that spiritual awakening often catalyzes continued psychological growth rather than replacing the need for it. People who have profound awakening experiences frequently find themselves motivated to address previously avoided areas of personal development, as if expanded consciousness naturally seeks expression through increasingly mature and integrated personality functioning. The phenomenon of spiritual community and its challenges reveals how awakening unfolds, not just individually, but collectively. Intentional spiritual communities, whether they're residential centers, meditation groups, or online networks, often serve as laboratories for practicing conscious relationship, shared purpose, and collective wisdom. But spiritual communities also tend to attract people who are dealing with psychological wounds, social difficulties, and unmet needs for belonging and purpose. The combination of high spiritual ideals with very human psychological patterns can create intense dynamics around power, intimacy, inclusion, and authenticity. Dr. Ira Progoff's research on group consciousness suggests that healthy spiritual communities can access collective wisdom that exceeds the sum of individual insights, but this requires skillful navigation of group dynamics, clear communication agreements, and structures that support both individual authenticity and collective harmony. The challenge of spiritual materialism in contemporary culture reveals how easily awakening can be co-opted by consumer culture and ego-driven achievement. The proliferation of spiritual products, services, and experiences can turn the sacred journey into another form of shopping, where people collect meditation techniques, workshop certificates, and peak experiences without developing genuine depth or integration. See Haigum Trungpa Rinpoche's warnings about spiritual materialism remain remarkably relevant. The ego is incredibly clever at using spiritual concepts and practices to maintain its sense of specialness and control. The person who brags about their meditation experiences, judges others for being unconscious, or uses spiritual language to avoid taking practical responsibility is demonstrating spiritual materialism in action. The antidote to spiritual materialism isn't to avoid spiritual practices or communities, but to approach them with what Zen calls beginner's mind, genuine humility, curiosity, and willingness to be surprised by what unfolds. True spiritual maturity often looks quite ordinary from the outside, characterized more by kindness, presence, and practical wisdom than by dramatic experiences or sophisticated spiritual vocabulary. Historians still argue whether the current explosion of interest in spirituality represents genuine evolution in human consciousness or simply the commercialization of ancient wisdom traditions. But what's undeniable is that millions of people are having profound experiences of awakening, healing, and transformation through various spiritual approaches, and they're seeking ways to integrate these experiences into modern life contexts that previous generations never had to navigate. The key seems to be maintaining what researchers call spiritual discernment, the ability to distinguish between genuine wisdom and spiritual fantasy, between authentic teachers and charismatic manipulators, between practices that support integration and those that encourage escape from human responsibility. This discernment develops through experience, community feedback, and the willingness to learn from both successes and mistakes on the spiritual path. Asterisk. You're standing at the crossroads where ancient mystical traditions meet cutting-edge scientific research, and the convergence is revealing something extraordinary. The perennial philosophy that mystics have whispered about for millennia is being validated by laboratories around the world. What emerges from this intersection isn't just intellectual confirmation of spiritual insights, but a practical roadmap for remembering who you are that combines the wisdom of the ages with the precision of modern methodology. The field of contemplative neuroscience has exploded in the past 2 decades, with researchers like Dr. Richard Davidson at the University of Wisconsin pioneering the scientific study of meditation and its effects on the brain. What they've discovered challenges fundamental assumptions about neuroplasticity, consciousness, and human potential. Long-term meditators show brain changes that were previously thought impossible. Increased cortical thickness in areas associated with attention and sensory processing, enhanced connectivity between brain regions, and most remarkably, increased activity in areas associated with positive emotions and compassion. But here's what's really fascinating. These changes often occur much faster than traditional models of neuroplasticity would predict. Dr. Sarah Lazar's research at Harvard showed significant increases in gray matter density after just 8 weeks of mindfulness practice, suggesting that contemplative practices might activate dormant neural pathways rather than slowly building new ones. It's as if the brain remembers more integrated ways of functioning that had been temporarily forgotten. Dr. Judson Brewer's research on the default mode network has provided crucial insights into what happens in the brain during awakening experiences. This network, which includes the medial prefrontal cortex and posterior cingulate cortex, is active when we're engaged in self-referential thinking, planning, worrying, remembering, and maintaining our sense of being a separate self with a continuous personal history. Advanced meditators show decreased activity in this network even during rest, suggesting that awakening involves a fundamental shift in the brain's baseline functioning. Instead of constantly generating the sense of a separate self, the awakened brain seems to rest more naturally in open awareness. Participants describe this not as losing themselves, but as finding their true nature, the aware presence that was always there beneath the mental chatter. The research on gamma waves has revealed another fascinating aspect of awakened consciousness. Gamma waves, the fastest brain waves measured by EEG, are associated with moments of insight, peak performance, and expanded awareness. Tibetan monks, with over 10,000 hours of meditation experience, show gamma wave activity that's literally off the charts levels that shouldn't be sustainable according to conventional neuroscience. What's particularly intriguing is that these monks can enter states of sustained gamma activity at will, maintaining levels of neural coherence and integration that most people experience only in brief flashes during moments of insight or peak experience. Dr. Antoine Utz's research suggests that these gamma states represent the brain operating at maximum efficiency, all regions working together in perfect synchrony, like an orchestra playing in perfect harmony. The monks describe these states not as altered consciousness, but as natural consciousness, the way awareness feels when it's not filtered through the usual mental constructions of separation and time. They report that entering gamma states feels like coming home to themselves, remembering a way of being that's more authentic than ordinary waking consciousness. The field of psychedelic neuroscience has provided another crucial piece of the awakening puzzle. Dr. Robin Carhart-Harris's research using fMRI scans of people on psilocybin has revealed that these substances work not by adding activity to the brain, but by reducing activity in the default mode network, the same brain regions that quiet during deep meditation and spontaneous awakening experiences. This neural entropy hypothesis suggests that psychedelics temporarily dissolve the rigid patterns of brain activity that maintain our sense of separate selfhood, allowing consciousness to remember more fluid and expansive ways of organizing experience. Participants consistently report that psychedelic experiences feel like remembering rather than hallucinating, recognizing truths about themselves and reality that feel more real than ordinary perception. Dr. Matthew Johnson's research at Johns Hopkins has shown that a single profound psilocybin experience can produce lasting changes in personality, particularly increases in openness to experience, a trait associated with creativity, aesthetic appreciation, and spiritual sensitivity. But participants don't describe becoming different people. Instead, they report feeling like they've become more authentically themselves, as if the experience helped them remember aspects of their personality that had been suppressed. The integration of psychedelic research with contemplative traditions is revealing fascinating parallels between chemically induced and naturally occurring states of expanded consciousness. Both involve decreased default mode network activity, increased neural connectivity, and reports of ego dissolution, unity consciousness, and profound insight. This suggests that psychedelics might be providing a temporary glimpse of brain states that contemplative practitioners learn to access naturally through sustained practice. Dr. Michael Pollan's research documented in How to Change Your Mind shows that the therapeutic benefits of psychedelic experiences often persist long after the acute effects wear off. People report lasting improvements in depression, anxiety, and addiction, along with increased sense of meaning, connection, and spiritual well-being. The substances seem to catalyze a process of psychological and spiritual healing that continues unfolding for months or years after the initial experience. The field of heart-brain coherence research has revealed another crucial aspect of awakened consciousness. The HeartMath Institute's research shows that the heart contains over 40,000 neurons, more than many areas of the brain, and that heart rhythm patterns directly influence cognitive function, emotional stability, and decision-making capacity. Dr. Roland McCraty's research has documented that positive emotions like love, gratitude, and compassion create coherent heart rhythm patterns that enhance brain function and overall well-being. Advanced meditators and people who report high levels of spiritual development show increased heart-brain coherence, suggesting that awakening involves remembering how to live from the heart as well as the mind. What's particularly fascinating is that heart-brain coherence can be measured and trained using biofeedback technology. People can learn to consciously influence their heart rhythm patterns, which in turn affects their mental and emotional states. This provides a practical bridge between ancient teachings about the wisdom of the heart and modern understanding of psychophysiology. The discovery of mirror neurons has provided crucial insights into the neurological basis of empathy and connection. These specialized brain cells fire both when we perform an action and when we observe others performing the same action, creating a neural foundation for understanding and resonating with others' experiences. Dr. Marco Iacobinis' research suggests that mirror neuron systems might be enhanced in people with high levels of empathy and compassion. Advanced meditation practitioners show increased mirror neuron activity, particularly during loving-kindness and compassion practices. This suggests that awakening naturally includes expanded capacity for empathic connection, remembering that the boundaries between self and other are largely constructed rather than absolute. The field of interpersonal neurobiology, developed by Dr. Dan Siegel, explores how our brains are shaped by relationships throughout life. Secure, attuned relationships literally rewire the brain for greater emotional regulation, resilience, and social intelligence. This research suggests that awakening is not just an individual process, but a relational one. We remember who we are through conscious connection with others. Dr. Stephen Porges' polyvagal theory has revealed how the autonomic nervous system influences our capacity for connection, creativity, and spiritual experience. The vagus nerve, which connects the brain to the heart and other organs, has different branches that support either defensive responses, fight, flight, or freeze, or social engagement and spiritual openness. Contemplative practices like meditation, breathwork, and chanting appear to activate the ventral vagal branch of this system, creating the neurophysiological conditions for expanded awareness, emotional regulation, and spiritual experience. This provides a scientific explanation for why so many spiritual traditions emphasize practices that influence breathing, heart rate, and nervous system activation. The research on neuroplasticity has revolutionized our understanding of the brain's capacity for change throughout life. Dr. Michael Merzenich's work shows that the brain continues to reorganize itself based on experience well into old age, suggesting that awakening and spiritual development can occur at any stage of life. What's particularly relevant is that neuroplasticity appears to be enhanced during states of relaxed attention and positive emotion, exactly the conditions cultivated by most contemplative practices. This suggests that spiritual practices work partly by creating optimal conditions for beneficial brain changes, helping us remember more integrated and harmonious ways of functioning. The field of epigenetics has revealed that gene expression can be influenced by environmental factors, including stress, meditation, and lifestyle choices. Dr. Elizabeth Blackburn's research on telomerase, the enzyme that protects chromosomes from aging, shows that meditation and other stress reduction practices can actually slow cellular aging at the genetic level. This research suggests that awakening might involve not just psychological and spiritual transformation, but biological optimization as well. As we remember how to live in alignment with our deepest nature, the body seems to remember its optimal functioning patterns, leading to improved health, longevity, and vitality. The study of circadian rhythms has revealed how deeply our consciousness is connected to natural cycles of light, darkness, and seasonal change. Dr. Russell Foster's research shows that disruption of natural rhythms through artificial lighting, irregular sleep schedules, and disconnection from nature can significantly impact mood, cognitive function, and spiritual well-being. Many contemplative traditions have always emphasized the importance of aligning with natural rhythms through practices like sunrise, meditation, seasonal retreats, and lunar cycle awareness. Modern research suggests that these practices help us remember our fundamental connection to the natural world and optimize our neurophysiology for expanded awareness. The field of quantum biology has discovered that quantum effects play important roles in biological processes that were previously thought to be purely classical: photosynthesis, bird navigation, and possibly even consciousness itself appear to utilize quantum phenomena like coherence and entanglement. Dr. Stuart Hameroff's research on quantum processes in brain microtubules suggests that consciousness might have quantum properties that allow for non-local connections and information processing that transcends classical physics. While controversial, this research provides a potential mechanism for understanding some of the more mysterious aspects of awakening experiences: the sense of unity with all existence, access to information beyond personal memory, and the feeling that individual consciousness is part of a larger field. The Global Consciousness Project, initiated by Dr. Roger Nelson at Princeton, has documented correlations between global events and the behavior of random number generators around the world. During events that capture collective attention, like 9/11s, natural disasters, or major celebrations, these random systems show statistically significant deviations from randomness, while the mechanisms remain mysterious. This research suggests that consciousness might not be confined to individual brains, but could be part of a larger field that connects all minds and potentially influences physical reality. This would provide a scientific basis for ancient teachings about the interconnectedness of all existence and the power of collective intention and prayer. The integration of all this research is pointing toward what some scientists call a post-materialist paradigm in science, one that recognizes consciousness as fundamental to reality rather than an emergent property of complex matter. This shift has profound implications for understanding awakening, healing, and human potential. Dr. Eben Alexander, a neurosurgeon who reported profound near-death experiences during a coma, argues that consciousness might not be produced by the brain but rather received or channeled through it, like a radio tuning into a broadcast. While controversial, this perspective is gaining support from researchers who are finding it difficult to explain consciousness purely in terms of neural activity. The field of systems biology is revealing how biological organisms function as integrated wholes rather than collections of separate parts. This system's perspective suggests that awakening might involve remembering our fundamental wholeness, recognizing that we're not separate individuals but interconnected aspects of larger, living systems. Dr. May Wonho's research on quantum coherence in living systems shows that healthy organisms maintain high levels of quantum coherence throughout their structure, allowing for instantaneous communication and coordination between different parts. Disease and aging appear to involve loss of this coherence, while healing and spiritual practices seem to restore it. This research suggests that awakening might involve remembering how to maintain optimal coherence at biological, psychological, and spiritual levels simultaneously. The practices that support awakening meditation, breathwork, conscious movement, and heart-centered awareness all appear to enhance coherence and integration across multiple levels of organization. The convergence of ancient wisdom and modern science is creating what researchers call evidence-based spirituality approaches to awakening that honor both the profound insights of contemplative traditions and the rigorous methodology of scientific investigation. This integration is helping to bridge the gap between spiritual and secular worldviews, making awakening practices more accessible to people who might otherwise dismiss them as unscientific or culturally irrelevant. What's emerging from this synthesis is a comprehensive understanding of awakening as a natural human developmental process that can be understood, cultivated, and integrated using both traditional wisdom and modern knowledge, rather than being a rare mystical achievement available only to special individuals. Awakening is beginning to be recognized as the next stage in human devolution, one that we're all capable of remembering and embodying. The practical implications of this research are profound. We now have scientific validation for practices that have been used for thousands of years, along with new technologies and approaches that can accelerate and support the awakening process. Brain training devices, biofeedback systems, virtual reality, meditation environments, and precision medicine approaches to optimizing neurotransmitter function are all being developed to support human consciousness development. But perhaps most importantly, this research is helping us remember that awakening isn't about transcending our humanity, but about fully embodying it. The brain changes, physiological improvements, and enhanced well-being that accompany spiritual development suggests that awakening represents the optimal functioning of human consciousness, not an escape from human nature, but its fullest expression. You're walking through the gallery of human transformation, where ordinary people from every walk of life have discovered that awakening isn't reserved for monks, mystics, or spiritual celebrities, the birthright of every human consciousness, waiting to be remembered in the midst of whatever life circumstances you happen to find yourself in. The most profound spiritual openings often occur not during exotic retreats or dramatic ceremonies, but in the utterly mundane moments when the mind finally stops trying to be somewhere else and recognizes the sacred nature of what's already here. Sarah, a 34-year-old accountant from Denver, describes her awakening as happening during her morning commute on Interstate 25. She'd been stuck in the same traffic jam for the 1000th time, feeling the familiar frustration rising in her chest, when something shifted. Instead of fighting the experience, she suddenly found herself fascinated by the brake lights ahead of her, seeing them as red jewels sparkling in the morning sun. The irritation dissolved into wonder, and she realized she was looking at the same scene she'd seen countless times before, but from a completely different perspective. It wasn't like I learned something new, Sarah explains. It was more like I remembered how to see. The traffic didn't change, but I remembered that I wasn't the frustration. I was the awareness, watching the frustration come and go. I'd been looking for peace and meaning everywhere except in the exact moment I was actually living. What's fascinating about Sarah's experience is how ordinary it was. No dramatic visions, no encounters with spiritual beings, no profound philosophical insights, just a simple shift in perspective that revealed the sacred nature of a completely mundane situation. She describes the months following this recognition as a process of remembering how to apply this same shift of perspective to every area of her life. Marcus, a 28-year-old construction worker in Atlanta, had his awakening experience while mixing concrete on a job site. He'd been struggling with depression and anxiety for years, feeling trapped in a life that seemed meaningless and repetitive. As he watched the cement mixer turning, he became mesmerized by the circular motion and found his mind becoming unusually quiet. I suddenly realized that I was like that concrete, Marcus recalls. All the different ingredients of my life, the good experiences, the bad ones, the fears, the hopes, they were all getting mixed together into something new. I wasn't just Marcus, the depressed construction worker, anymore. I was the awareness that could watch all these different aspects of myself without being limited by any of them. Marcus describes this recognition as the beginning of a complete transformation in how he related to his work, his relationships, and his sense of purpose. He didn't quit his job or make dramatic external changes, but his inner relationship to his life shifted fundamentally. The same activities that had felt meaningless began to feel like opportunities for presence and service. Dr. Lisa, a 45-year-old emergency room physician in Chicago, experienced what she calls her medical awakening during a particularly challenging night shift. She'd been working in emergency medicine for 15 years and was experiencing severe burnout, questioning whether she could continue in a profession that exposed her to so much suffering and trauma. While treating a homeless man who'd been brought in with hypothermia, she found herself really looking into his eyes for the first time in months. Instead of seeing just another difficult case, she suddenly recognized the same consciousness looking back at her that she knew as her own deepest self. The boundaries between doctor and patient, helper and helped, dissolved into a recognition of shared humanity. I remembered why I became a doctor in the first place, Dr. Lisa explains. It wasn't to fix people or save lives, it was to serve the same consciousness that was expressing itself through all these different forms of suffering and healing. Every patient became an opportunity to practice love and presence, not just medical technique. This shift transformed Dr. Lisa's experience of her work from draining to energizing. She began to see the emergency room as a kind of temple, where she could practice compassion and presence in the most challenging circumstances. Her colleagues noticed the change immediately. She seemed calmer, more focused, and somehow able to handle the stress that was burning out other physicians. Jennifer, a 52-year-old mother of 3 in suburban Phoenix, describes her awakening as occurring during what she calls the Great Meltdown of 2019. Her marriage was falling apart, her teenage children were struggling with various issues, and she was caring for her aging mother with dementia. She felt completely overwhelmed and inadequate, like she was failing at every role she was trying to fulfill. One evening, after a particularly difficult day, she found herself sitting on her back porch crying. As she watched the sunset, she suddenly realized that she'd been trying to be the perfect mother, wife, and daughter instead of simply being herself. The recognition that she didn't have to be perfect, that she was already whole, exactly as she was, came as a profound relief. I remembered that I wasn't responsible for fixing everyone else's problems, Jennifer recalls. I was responsible for showing up authentically and lovingly, but I couldn't control the outcomes. That recognition freed me to actually be present with my family, instead of constantly worrying about whether I was doing enough. This shift didn't solve Jennifer's external challenges, but it transformed her relationship to them. She began approaching her family difficulties with curiosity and compassion rather than anxiety and self-judgment. Her marriage ultimately ended, but the divorce process was more amicable because she wasn't trying to prove she was right or make her husband wrong. Her relationship with her children deepened as she stopped trying to control their choices and started trusting their own wisdom. Robert, a 67-year-old retired engineer in Maine, experienced his awakening during what he initially thought was a heart attack. While waiting for the ambulance, convinced he was dying, he found himself reviewing his life with unexpected clarity and compassion. Instead of regret or fear, he felt profound gratitude for the opportunity to have been alive at all. I realized that I'd spent most of my life postponing happiness, waiting for the right conditions to finally enjoy being alive, Robert explains. Lying there thinking I might die, I remembered that every moment I'd been given was already the right condition. I didn't need to achieve anything else or become anyone different to deserve joy. The chest pains turned out to be anxiety rather than cardiac trouble, but the experience left Robert fundamentally changed. He began approaching his retirement not as a time to fill with activities and achievements, but as an opportunity to simply appreciate being alive. He started volunteering at a local hospice, where his own encounter with mortality helped him support others facing death. Maria, a 29-year-old single mother working 2 jobs in Los Angeles, describes her awakening as happening during her daughter's bedtime routine. She'd been feeling exhausted and resentful about the constant demands of single parenting, wondering if she was strong enough to handle everything on her own. As she was reading her 4-year-old daughter a bedtime story, she suddenly became aware of the profound love she felt for this little being. The love was so overwhelming and unconditional that it seemed to expand beyond her daughter to include everything: her difficult ex-husband, her demanding bosses, even the financial stress that kept her awake at night. I remembered that love isn't something I have to earn or deserve, Maria explains. It's what I am, what we all are underneath all the drama and struggle. That recognition didn't make my practical challenges disappear, but it gave me access to a strength I didn't know I had. This recognition of love as her fundamental nature transformed Maria's experience of single parenting from a burden to a privilege. She began seeing her daughter not as a responsibility that limited her freedom, but as a teacher who was helping her remember her capacity for unconditional love and service. David, a 41-year-old software developer in Seattle, experienced his awakening during a particularly intense debugging session at work. He'd been staring at the same piece of problematic code for hours, feeling increasingly frustrated and stuck. In a moment of exhaustion, he leaned back in his chair and simply observed his mental state without trying to change it. I suddenly saw that I wasn't the frustration or the confusion, David recalls. I was the awareness that could observe these mental states without being controlled by them. It was like stepping back from a painting I'd been examining with a magnifying glass and suddenly seeing the whole masterpiece. This shift in perspective didn't immediately solve the coding problem, but it transformed David's relationship to challenges and problem solving. He began approaching difficulties with curiosity rather than resistance, finding that solutions often emerged naturally when he stopped forcing them. His colleagues noticed that he seemed calmer under pressure and more creative in his approach to complex problems. What's remarkable about all these awakening experiences is their ordinariness. No exotic locations, no special teachers, no dramatic ceremonies, just ordinary people in ordinary circumstances, suddenly remembering their extraordinary nature. They didn't become different people. They became more authentically themselves. They didn't transcend their human challenges. They found more skillful ways to navigate them. Dr. Jeffrey Martin's research on persistent non-symbolic experience has documented thousands of similar awakening accounts from people across all demographics, cultures, and life circumstances. What emerges from this data is a consistent pattern. Awakening typically involves a shift from identification with thoughts, emotions, and circumstances to recognition of the aware presence that observes all experience. This shift often occurs spontaneously during moments of crisis, beauty, or simple presence. But it can also be cultivated through various practices and approaches. What matters isn't the trigger but the recognition, remembering that you are not the content of your experience, but the consciousness in which all experience arises. The integration phase following awakening recognition is often more challenging than the initial insight. People report needing to learn how to function in the world while maintaining this expanded perspective, how to relate to others who don't share this recognition, and how to embody their realization in practical daily life. Many describe a period of what researchers call spiritual adolescence, a time when the initial euphoria of awakening gives way to the more subtle work of integration and embodiment. This phase often involves learning to navigate the relative world of human relationships and responsibilities while maintaining connection to the absolute dimension of pure awareness. Support systems and community become crucial during this integration phase. People need others who understand what they're experiencing, who can help them distinguish between genuine insight and spiritual fantasy, and who can support them in translating their realization into wise action in the world. What's particularly encouraging about these contemporary awakening accounts is their accessibility. These aren't stories of people who spent decades in caves or had extraordinary spiritual gifts. They're ordinary humans who simply remembered their true nature in the midst of ordinary life circumstances. Their experiences suggest that awakening is not only possible for everyone but might actually be the natural direction of human consciousness development. The common thread running through all these accounts is the theme of remembering rather than achieving, recognizing rather than becoming, and coming home to what was always already present rather than going somewhere new. This suggests that awakening isn't about transcending the human experience, but about fully embracing it from the perspective of our deepest nature. These stories also reveal that awakening doesn't solve all practical problems or eliminate all challenges. Instead, it provides a different context for meeting whatever life presents, context of love, presence, and trust, rather than fear, resistance, and control. The circumstances of life may remain the same, but the one experiencing those circumstances remembers their true nature as the unchanging awareness in which all change occurs. Asterisk. You're standing in the middle of what researchers are calling the awakening epidemic, a global phenomenon where millions of people are simultaneously remembering their true nature, often without any traditional spiritual framework to help them understand what's happening. The internet has created an unprecedented laboratory for studying spontaneous awakening experiences in real time, with online communities, forums, and social media platforms documenting a surge in consciousness shifts that would have been invisible to researchers just a generation ago. Dr. Jeffrey Martin's research at the Center for the Study of Non-Symbolic Consciousness has documented over 50,000 cases of what he calls persistent non-symbolic experience, sustained shifts in identity, from ego-based consciousness to awareness-based consciousness. What's remarkable about his data is the diversity of people reporting these experiences: executives and janitors, teenagers and elderly people, religious believers and atheists, people from every culture and socio-economic background imaginable. The common thread isn't demographic or cultural, it's experiential. People consistently report a fundamental shift in their sense of identity, from feeling like a separate individual struggling to survive and succeed in a hostile world, to recognizing themselves as the aware presence in which all experience arises. This shift often happens suddenly and spontaneously, without any apparent trigger or preparation. Here's what's fascinating about the current awakening wave. Many people are having these experiences without any spiritual context or vocabulary to describe them. They might describe feeling like they've woken up from a dream they didn't know they were having, or suddenly seeing through the illusion of separation that had previously seemed absolutely real. They often struggle to find words for experiences that transcend the usual categories of psychological and spiritual language. That the phenomenon of spiritual emergency has become increasingly common as more people experience rapid consciousness shifts without adequate support systems. Dr. Emma Bragdon's research shows that what psychiatry often diagnoses as psychotic episodes or manic states are frequently spiritual emergence processes that need understanding and integration rather than medication and suppression. The challenge is that mainstream mental health systems aren't equipped to distinguish between psychological breakdown and spiritual breakthrough. Someone experiencing ego dissolution, unity consciousness, or encounters with archetypal imagery might be hospitalized and medicated when what they really need is guidance in integrating expanded awareness with practical daily functioning. This has led to the development of spiritual emergency networks and transpersonally oriented therapists who can provide appropriate support for people navigating rapid awakening experiences. The key insight is that spiritual emergence often looks chaotic and disorienting from the outside, but it represents a natural developmental process rather than pathology. The role of technology in contemporary awakening is particularly intriguing. Many people report having profound consciousness shifts while using virtual reality, playing video games, or even scrolling through social media. The digital realm seems to provide a kind of liminal space where ordinary reality becomes fluid, and expanded awareness can more easily emerge. Dr. Michael Graziano's research on attention schema theory suggests that virtual and augmented reality technologies might naturally induce states similar to meditation by disrupting the brain's normal construction of self and world. When the usual sensory inputs are replaced with digital environments, consciousness sometimes recognizes its own role in constructing experience, leading to awakening insights. The phenomenon of digital detox awakening is also increasingly common. People who step away from constant connectivity often report profound shifts in consciousness as their nervous systems recalibrate to natural rhythms and their attention returns to present moment awareness. The silence that emerges when digital noise stops can reveal the spacious awareness that was always there beneath the technological stimulation. Social media, despite its reputation for creating separation and comparison, has also become an unexpected catalyst for awakening experiences. People report profound moments of recognition while reading others' posts, suddenly seeing through the performance of online identity to the vulnerable humanity beneath. The curated perfection of social media feeds can trigger recognition of the futility of seeking validation through external achievement. The influencer spirituality phenomena has created both opportunities and challenges for contemporary awakening. On one hand, spiritual insights and practices are more accessible than ever through YouTube channels, Instagram accounts, and online courses. On the other hand, the commodification of awakening can turn profound realizations into content to be consumed rather than truths to be embodied. Dr. Tara Brach's research on spiritual materialism in digital contexts shows how easily awakening experiences can be co-opted by ego-driven desires for specialness, followers, and financial success. The person who has a genuine spiritual opening might immediately start a blog or YouTube channel about their experience, unconsciously using their realization to build a new identity as a spiritual teacher or awakened being. The antidote seems to be what contemplative traditions call spiritual maturity, the recognition that awakening is not an achievement to be displayed, but a natural state to be embodied quietly and humbly in service to others. The most genuinely awakened individuals often look quite ordinary from the outside, characterized more by presence, kindness, and practical wisdom than by dramatic spiritual experiences or sophisticated spiritual vocabulary. The phenomenon of collective awakening is becoming increasingly documented through online communities where groups of people report simultaneous consciousness shifts during global events, natural disasters, or periods of social upheaval. The 2020 pandemic created what many researchers call a global spiritual emergency, as isolation, uncertainty, and confrontation with mortality triggered widespread questioning of fundamental assumptions about life, meaning, and purpose. Many people report that the pandemic helped them remember what truly mattered in life, stripping away superficial concerns and reconnecting them with deeper values and priorities. The forced slowdown of modern life created space for introspection and presence that many hadn't experienced since childhood. The collective trauma seemed to crack open conventional ways of thinking and being, creating space for new possibilities and perspectives to emerge. The rise of plant medicine ceremonies in Western cultures has created another significant pathway for contemporary awakening. Substances like ayahuasca, psilocybin mushrooms, and San Pedro cactus, used for thousands of years in indigenous traditions, are attracting seekers from around the world who are looking for direct spiritual experience outside traditional religious frameworks. What's particularly relevant to our theme is how participants consistently describe these experiences, not as drug-induced visions, but as profound acts of remembering. They report recognizing their connection to all life, remembering their purpose and calling, and experiencing what they describe as coming home to their true nature. The ceremonies often involve what participants call downloads, sudden influxes of insight and understanding that feel like remembering information they'd always known but had forgotten. Dr. Robin Carhartus's research on the entropic brain hypothesis suggests that psychedelics work by temporarily disrupting the brain's normal hierarchical organization, allowing normally suppressed neural networks to communicate directly. This creates a state of cognitive flexibility where rigid patterns of thinking and perceiving can dissolve, potentially allowing consciousness to remember more fluid and expansive ways of being. The integration phase following plant medicine experiences is crucial for lasting benefit. People need support in translating profound insights into practical life changes, processing difficult material that may surface during the experience, and maintaining connection to the expanded perspectives they accessed. Without proper integration, even the most profound psychedelic insights can fade back into ordinary consciousness without creating lasting transformation. The field of breathwork has experienced a renaissance as people discover that simple changes in breathing patterns can produce profound altered states of consciousness without any external substances. Practices like holotropic breathwork, developed by Stanislav Grof, and the Wim Hof method have shown that conscious breathing can trigger experiences of unity consciousness, emotional release, and spiritual opening. What participants consistently report from intensive breathwork sessions mirrors the themes we've been exploring: experiences of unity consciousness, encounters with archetypal imagery, and the profound sense of remembering their true nature. It's as if conscious breathing serves as a key that unlocks naturally occurring states of expanded awareness, reminding people of capacities for transcendence that are built into their basic physiology. The phenomenon of sound healing has also become mainstream, with practices like crystal bowl meditation, gong baths, and binaural beats becoming common wellness offerings. While the scientific mechanisms behind sound healing remain largely unexplored, participants consistently report that certain frequencies and rhythms can induce profound states of relaxation, insight, and spiritual opening. Dr. Suzanne Evans Morris's research on the neurological effects of sound shows that specific frequencies can entrain brain waves, potentially inducing states similar to deep meditation or REM sleep. This suggests that sound healing might work by helping the brain remember natural rhythms and frequencies that support expanded awareness and healing. The rise of energy healing modalities like Reiki, acupuncture, and chakra balancing reflects a growing recognition that healing involves more than just addressing physical symptoms. Many people report profound awakening experiences during energy healing sessions, suddenly recognizing their essential wholeness beyond physical, emotional, and mental limitations. While the scientific evidence for energy healing remains controversial, what's interesting is how practitioners and clients consistently describe the healing process, not as fixing something broken, but as removing obstacles to the body's natural state of wholeness and balance. This remembering wellness approach suggests that health isn't something we achieve, but something we return to our natural state when physical, emotional, and energetic blockages are cleared. The field of trauma-informed spirituality has emerged as practitioners recognize that many awakening experiences involve the release and integration of stored trauma. Dr. Peter Levine's work on somatic experiencing shows that trauma is held in the body's nervous system, not just in mental memories, and that spiritual practices can sometimes trigger traumatic material without providing adequate support for integration. This recognition has led to more sophisticated approaches to awakening that honor both the transcendent dimension of spiritual experience and the very human need for safety, grounding, and gradual integration. The goal isn't to avoid difficult emotions or traumatic memories, but to create sufficient safety and support for them to be processed and integrated within an expanded context of awareness and compassion. The phenomenon of awakening in relationship has become increasingly recognized as people discover that intimate partnerships can serve as powerful catalysts for consciousness development. The mirror that intimate relationships provide, reflecting back our unconscious patterns, triggers, and areas for growth, can accelerate awakening in ways that individual practice alone might not achieve. Dr. John Gottman's research on relationship dynamics shows that couples who approach their conflicts as opportunities for growth and understanding, rather than battles to be won, often develop deeper intimacy and individual maturity. When both partners are committed to using their relationship as a vehicle for awakening, they can support each other's development while creating a field of shared consciousness that transcends individual limitations. The challenge of spiritual bypassing in contemporary awakening culture reflects the tendency to use spiritual concepts and experiences to avoid dealing with psychological wounds, practical responsibilities, and the messy realities of human life. People might have genuine awakening experiences, but then use them to justify avoiding conflict resolution, emotional healing, or practical life skills. Dr. John Welwood's work on spiritual bypassing shows that true awakening includes, rather than excludes, our humanity. The goal isn't to transcend human emotions and needs, but to meet them with greater consciousness, compassion, and skill. This requires what he calls embodied spirituality, recognizing that awakening must be integrated into all aspects of human experience, not just the transcendent dimensions. That the emergence of integral approaches to awakening reflects a growing recognition that human development occurs along multiple lines simultaneously: cognitive, emotional, moral, spiritual, and interpersonal. Ken Wilber's integral theory suggests that healthy awakening requires growth along all these dimensions, not just spiritual realization. This integral perspective helps explain why some people can have profound spiritual experiences while remaining relatively undeveloped in other areas, why someone might demonstrate great compassion in meditation while struggling with intimate relationships, or show deep wisdom in spiritual matters while lacking practical life skills. True maturity requires development across all major areas of human functioning. Historians still argue whether the current awakening wave represents genuine evolution in human consciousness or simply the latest iteration of perennial spiritual seeking dressed in contemporary language. But what's undeniable is the scale and consistency of reported experiences. Millions of people around the world are having profound moments of recognition, unity, consciousness, and spiritual opening, often describing these experiences in remarkably similar terms despite vastly different cultural backgrounds and belief systems. The key insight emerging from this global awakening phenomenon is that remembering who you are isn't dependent on any particular practice, belief system, or external circumstance. It can happen anywhere, anytime, to anywhere who becomes sufficiently present to recognize the aware presence that they fundamentally are. The practices, teachers, and communities can support this recognition, but they can't create it. They can only help remove the obstacles to remembering what was always already here. You're walking through the landscape of integration, where the rubber meets the road in the awakening journey, that crucial phase where profound spiritual insights must be translated into practical daily life, where cosmic realizations meet mortgage payments, and where the recognition of your true nature as infinite awareness learns to navigate the very finite realities of human existence. This is where many awakening experiences either deepen into genuine transformation or fade back into memory, depending on how skillfully the insights are woven into the fabric of ordinary life. The phenomenon of spiritual integration represents one of the most challenging and least understood aspects of the awakening process. Dr. John Prendergast's research shows that many people who have profound spiritual openings struggle with what he calls re-entry syndrome, difficulty functioning in conventional reality after experiencing expanded states of consciousness. They might feel like they're living in two different worlds: the absolute dimension where they recognize themselves as pure awareness, and the relative dimension where they still need to pay bills, maintain relationships, and navigate the practical demands of human life. This integration challenge is particularly acute in contemporary culture, where there's often little social support or understanding for people going through spiritual transformation. unlike traditional cultures that had established frameworks for recognizing and supporting spiritual development. Modern secular society tends to pathologize or dismiss experiences that don't fit conventional psychological categories. Sarah, the accountant from Denver, whose awakening occurred during her morning commute, describes the months following her recognition as more challenging than the initial insight itself. The awakening was actually the easy part, she explains. It was learning how to live from that recognition that took real work. I had to figure out how to be present and aware while still meeting deadlines, how to maintain my spiritual perspective while dealing with difficult colleagues, and how to honor my true nature while still functioning effectively in a world that doesn't recognize that dimension of reality. The challenge of spiritual relationships becomes particularly complex during the integration phase. People who have awakening experiences often find that their relationships with family, friends, and colleagues become strained as they change in ways that others don't understand or appreciate. The person who was previously focused on achievement and external validation might suddenly prioritize presence and authenticity, creating confusion and sometimes resentment in their social circle. Dr. Frances Vaughan's research on transpersonal relationships shows that awakening often catalyzes what she calls conscious uncoupling from relationships that were based on unconscious patterns, codependency, or mutual ego reinforcement. This doesn't necessarily mean ending relationships, but it does mean establishing new foundations based on authenticity, mutual growth, and respect for each person's individual journey. Marcus, the construction worker whose awakening occurred while mixing concrete, found that his relationships with co-workers became more challenging as he changed. They could sense that something was different about me, but they couldn't understand what, he recalls. I was still doing the same job, but I wasn't complaining about it anymore. I wasn't getting caught up in the drama and gossip. Some guys thought I was being fake or putting on an act. It took time for them to realize that I was actually being more authentic than I'd ever been before. The integration of awakening into professional life presents unique challenges, particularly for people in careers that seem incompatible with spiritual values. Dr. Lisa, the emergency room physician, had to learn how to maintain her expanded awareness while dealing with the intense demands of medical practice. She developed what she calls micro-meditations, brief moments of returning to presence between patients, conscious breathing during stressful procedures, and silent loving-kindness practiced while walking through hospital corridors. I realized that my job was actually perfect for practicing awakening, Dr. Lisa explains. The emergency room is like a monastery in some ways. It strips away all the superficial concerns and confronts you with the fundamental realities of life and death, suffering and healing. Every patient became an opportunity to practice presence and compassion under the most challenging circumstances. The phenomenon of spiritual parenting represents another crucial area of integration. Parents who have awakening experiences often struggle with how to raise children from an expanded perspective while still providing appropriate structure, boundaries, and preparation for functioning in conventional society. The challenge is honoring children's natural wisdom and spiritual nature while still teaching them practical skills and social competencies. Jennifer, the suburban mother whose awakening occurred during her family crisis, found that her approach to parenting transformed completely. I stopped trying to control my children's experiences and started trusting their own inner guidance, she explains. But I also had to learn the difference between trusting their wisdom and abandoning my responsibility as a parent. It's a delicate balance between honoring their autonomy and providing the structure and support they need. The integration of awakening with financial and material concerns often creates significant tension. People who recognize their true nature as infinite awareness sometimes struggle with the apparent contradiction of needing to earn money, accumulate possessions, and plan for the future. The challenge is learning to engage with material reality without being identified with it, participating fully in the practical aspects of life while maintaining perspective on their relative rather than absolute nature. Robert, the retired engineer whose awakening occurred during his health scare, found that his relationship with money and possessions shifted dramatically. I realized that I didn't need to reject material things or become a monk, he explains, but I also didn't need to be controlled by them. Money became a tool for service rather than a measure of self-worth. Possessions became things I could enjoy without being attached to them. The challenge of spiritual work often emerges as people feel called to share their awakening experiences or serve others in some capacity. Many people report feeling a strong urge to become teachers, healers, or guides after their own spiritual opening. But this calling requires careful discernment between genuine service and ego-driven desires for recognition, or SPECIALNESS. Dr. Jack Cornfield's research on spiritual maturity shows that the impulse to teach or serve others often arises prematurely, before sufficient integration and embodiment have occurred. He emphasizes the importance of what he calls spiritual seasoning, allowing awakening insights to mature and stabilize before attempting to guide others through similar processes. David, the software developer whose awakening occurred during a debugging session, found himself drawn to helping others discover their true nature through technology. He began developing meditation apps and virtual reality experiences designed to support consciousness development. I realized that my technical skills could be used in service of awakening, he explains, but I had to be careful not to turn my spiritual insights into just another product to be marketed and sold. The phenomenon of awakening and activism represents another important area of integration. Many people who recognize their fundamental interconnection with all life feel called to address social, environmental, and political issues from an expanded perspective. The challenge is engaging with collective problems without being overwhelmed by them, and working for change without being attached to specific outcomes. Maria, the single mother whose awakening occurred during her daughter's bedtime routine, became involved in social justice work in her community. I realized that my personal awakening wasn't separate from the collective awakening that needs to happen, she explains, but I also learned that I couldn't save the world by burning myself out. The most effective activism comes from a place of love and presence, not from anger and urgency. The integration of awakening with health and wellness practices often requires significant adjustments. People who recognize their true nature as pure awareness sometimes struggle with the apparent contradiction of needing to care for their physical bodies, manage stress, and address health challenges. The key is learning to honor the body as a vehicle for consciousness rather than identifying with it as the self. Dr. John Kabat-Zinn's work on mindfulness-based stress reduction provides a model for integrating spiritual awareness with practical health concerns. His approach demonstrates how mindfulness practices can be used to work skillfully with pain, illness, and physical limitations without either rejecting the body or being overwhelmed by its challenges. The challenge of spiritual community becomes particularly important during the integration phase. People who have awakening experiences often feel isolated and misunderstood, needing connection with others who share similar recognitions and challenges. But spiritual communities can also become sources of spiritual materialism, hierarchy, and unconscious dynamics that actually hinder rather than support genuine development. Dr. Ira Progoff's research on group consciousness shows that healthy spiritual communities require careful attention to group dynamics, clear communication agreements, and structures that support both individual authenticity and collective wisdom. The goal is creating environments where people can support each other's awakening without creating new forms of identity or specialness around their spiritual experiences. The phenomenon of awakening and creativity often emerges as people discover that expanded consciousness naturally expresses itself through artistic, musical, or literary creation. The challenge is learning to channel creative inspiration without being attached to recognition or success, and using creative expression as a vehicle for service rather than self-aggrandizement. Many artists, musicians, and writers report that their most profound creative works emerge from states of expanded awareness where the personal self steps aside and allows something larger to express itself through them. The key is learning to access these states reliably while also developing the technical skills and discipline necessary to translate inspiration into effective artistic expression. The integration of awakening with intimate relationships often requires learning entirely new ways of relating based on authenticity, vulnerability, and mutual support for each other's growth. Traditional relationship models based on need fulfillment, role expectations, and unconscious projections often become inadequate for people who have recognized their essential completeness and interconnection. Dr. David Richo's work on conscious loving provides frameworks for relationships that honor both the absolute dimension of love, recognizing the beloved as an expression of the same consciousness, and the relative dimension of human needs, boundaries, and individual growth. These relationships become vehicles for mutual awakening rather than just personal satisfaction or security. The challenge of spiritual sexuality emerges as people seek to integrate their awakening with intimate physical expression. Traditional approaches to sexuality based on performance, conquest, or even romantic love often feel inadequate for people who have recognized the sacred nature of physical intimacy and the potential for sexual connection to serve as a doorway to transcendent states. Tantric traditions provide frameworks for approaching sexuality as spiritual practice, but these approaches require significant maturity, communication skills, and freedom from sexual shame or trauma. The goal is not to make sex into something spiritual, but to recognize the spiritual dimension that's already present in authentic, intimate connection. The phenomenon of awakening and aging presents unique challenges as people navigate the integration of spiritual insights with the realities of physical decline, mortality, and changing life circumstances. The recognition of one's true nature as timeless awareness can provide profound comfort and perspective during the aging process. But it also requires learning to honor the body's limitations without being identified with them. Dr. Ramda's work on conscious aging demonstrates how the challenges of growing older can become opportunities for deepening spiritual understanding and service. Physical limitations can become invitations to cultivate patience and acceptance, while proximity to death can intensify appreciation for life and motivation to serve others. The integration of awakening with death and dying represents perhaps the ultimate test of spiritual realization. People who have recognized their true nature as deathless awareness often find that their fear of death diminishes significantly, but they still need to navigate the practical and emotional challenges of their own mortality and the loss of loved ones. Dr. Elizabeth Kubler-Ross's Work on death and dying shows that people who have integrated spiritual insights often approach death with greater peace and acceptance, but they still experience the full range of human emotions around loss and separation. The goal is not to transcend grief, but to experience it within the larger context of love and interconnection. Historians still argue whether successful integration of awakening experiences represents genuine spiritual maturity or simply effective psychological adaptation to expanded states of consciousness. But what's clear is that integration is not a one-time achievement, but an ongoing process that continues throughout life, requiring constant attention to the balance between absolute and relative perspectives, transcendent insights and practical responsibilities, individual realization and collective service. The key insight emerging from research on spiritual integration is that awakening is not an escape from human life, but the foundation for living it more fully, consciously, and compassionately. The goal is not to transcend the human experience, but to embody it from the perspective of our deepest nature, bringing the light of awareness into every aspect of ordinary existence. You're standing at the edge of tomorrow, where the ancient recognition of who you truly are meets the unprecedented challenges and opportunities of our rapidly evolving world. The awakening that mystics have whispered about for millennia is no longer confined to monasteries and mountain caves. It's emerging in boardrooms and classrooms, in virtual reality environments and artificial intelligence laboratories. In the midst of climate change and social transformation, the question isn't whether humanity will remember its true nature, but how this remembering will unfold in a world that's changing faster than ever before. The field of consciousness technology is exploding with innovations that would have seemed like science fiction just decades ago. Virtual reality meditation environments can now simulate the neurological conditions that support awakening experiences, allowing people to access expanded states of consciousness without years of traditional practice. Biofeedback devices can monitor brain activity in real time, helping meditators learn to access specific states of awareness with unprecedented precision. Dr. Mikey Siegel's work on consciousness hacking demonstrates how technology can be used to support rather than distract from spiritual development. His research shows that properly designed technological tools can accelerate the awakening process by providing immediate feedback about internal states, creating optimal conditions for expanded awareness, and connecting people with others who are exploring similar territories of consciousness. But here's what's fascinating. The most advanced consciousness technologies often work by helping people recognize capacities they already possess, rather than adding something new. Virtual reality awakening experiences, for example, often trigger recognition of states of consciousness that feel familiar rather than foreign, as if the technology is reminding people of their natural capacities rather than creating artificial ones. The emergence of artificial intelligence is raising profound questions about the nature of consciousness, awareness, and awakening that could revolutionize our understanding of what it means to be human. As AI systems become increasingly sophisticated, they're forcing us to examine what makes consciousness unique, and whether awakening is a purely biological phenomenon or something more fundamental. Dr. Stuart Russell's research on AI consciousness suggests that as artificial systems become more complex, they might develop something analogous to self-awareness and even spiritual insight. This possibility is forcing researchers to grapple with questions that have traditionally been the domain of mystics and philosophers. What is consciousness? Can it exist in non-biological systems? Is awakening a universal potential that could emerge in any sufficiently complex information processing system? The implications are staggering. If AI systems can develop forms of consciousness and even awakening, it would suggest that these phenomena are more fundamental to reality than we previously imagined. It might also provide new models for understanding human consciousness and new tools for supporting human awakening. The phenomenon of collective intelligence is emerging as global communication networks allow unprecedented coordination between human minds, social media platforms, collaborative research projects, and distributed problem-solving initiatives are creating what some researchers call global brain affects collective intelligence that exceeds the sum of individual contributions. Dr. Peter Russell's work on global consciousness suggests that humanity might be evolving toward a form of collective awakening where individual insights contribute to a larger field of shared awareness. The Internet and global communication systems might be serving as the nervous system for this emerging collective consciousness, allowing insights and realizations to spread rapidly across the planet. This collective dimension of awakening is already visible in how spiritual insights and practices spread virally through social media, how global events trigger simultaneous consciousness shifts in millions of people, and how environmental and social challenges are catalyzing collective recognition of our fundamental interconnection. The climate crisis is serving as an unprecedented catalyst for collective awakening, forcing humanity to confront the consequences of seeing ourselves as separate from nature and each other. The recognition that environmental destruction is ultimately self-destruction is triggering what many researchers call ecological awakening, a remembering of our interconnection with all life. Dr. Joanna Macy's work on the Great Turning describes this as a transition from an industrial growth society to a life-sustaining civilization, powered by a shift in consciousness from separation to interconnection. This transition requires not just technological and policy changes, but a fundamental remembering of our place in the web of life. Many environmental activists report that their deepest motivation comes from direct experiences of connection with nature that feel like remembering rather than learning. They describe moments of recognizing themselves as expressions of the same life force that animates forests, rivers, and ecosystems, leading to a natural desire to protect and serve the larger living system of which they're part. The field of biomimicry is revealing how human technology can learn from the wisdom embedded in natural systems that have evolved over millions of years. As we study how nature solves complex problems from energy production to information processing to social organization, where, essentially, remembering solutions that consciousness has already discovered through evolutionary processes. Dr. Janine Benyus's research shows that nature's designs are not just efficient, but often elegant and beautiful in ways that suggest an underlying intelligence or consciousness operating through evolutionary processes. This recognition is leading some scientists to consider whether consciousness might be more fundamental to reality than previously assumed, perhaps even guiding evolution itself. The emergence of regenerative approaches to agriculture, economics, and social organization reflects a growing recognition that sustainable systems must work with natural principles rather than against them. These approaches often emerge from what practitioners describe as remembering how to live in harmony with natural cycles and ecological relationships. The field of social awakening is documenting how collective trauma and social injustice can catalyze widespread consciousness shifts. The Black Lives Matter movement, #MeToo, and other social justice initiatives have triggered what many describe as collective recognition of systemic patterns that had been invisible or denied. Dr. Risma Menacom's work on racialized trauma shows how historical and ongoing oppression creates collective wounds that affect entire communities and societies. The healing of these wounds often requires what he calls collective awakening, a shared recognition of how trauma patterns operate, and a commitment to transforming them through conscious awareness and action. Many social justice activists report that their work is motivated by profound experiences of recognizing the fundamental equality and interconnection of all beings. These recognitions often feel like remembering rather than learning, as if the artificial divisions created by racism, sexism, and other forms of oppression are veils that obscure our natural recognition of shared humanity. The phenomenon of economic awakening is emerging as people recognize that current economic systems based on infinite growth and competition are fundamentally unsustainable and often destructive to human well-being and environmental health. Alternative economic models based on cooperation, sustainability, and well-being are emerging from what practitioners describe as remembering more natural ways of organizing human activity. Dr. Kate Raworth's work on donut economics proposes economic models that operate within ecological limits while meeting human needs, based on recognition that the economy is embedded within society and the environment rather than separate from them. This represents a fundamental shift from seeing economics as a mechanical system to recognizing it as part of larger living systems. Many entrepreneurs and business leaders report that their most successful and fulfilling ventures emerge from what they describe as remembering their deeper purpose and values rather than just pursuing profit. The conscious business movement reflects a growing recognition that commerce can be a vehicle for service and positive impact rather than just wealth accumulation. The field of educational awakening is transforming how we understand learning and human development. Traditional educational models based on information transmission and standardized testing are being challenged by approaches that recognize each student's unique gifts and natural learning processes. Dr. Ken Robinson's work on creative education shows that conventional schooling often suppresses rather than develops human potential, particularly creativity, emotional intelligence, and spiritual awareness. Alternative educational approaches based on honoring children's natural wisdom and curiosity are emerging from what educators describe as remembering how learning naturally occurs. Many teachers report that their most effective work happens when they stop trying to fill students with information and instead help them discover their own inner wisdom and capabilities. This shift from teaching to facilitating often feels like remembering a more natural relationship between teacher and student based on mutual respect and shared exploration. The phenomenon of medical awakening is transforming healthcare from a system focused on treating disease to one that supports overall well-being and recognizes the interconnection between physical, emotional, and spiritual health. Integrative medicine approaches that combine conventional medical treatment with complementary practices are emerging from recognition that healing involves the whole person, not just isolated symptoms. Dr. Andrew Weil's work on integrative medicine demonstrates how healing often involves remembering the body's natural capacity for self-repair and regeneration rather than just applying external treatments. Many patients report that their most profound healing experiences involve recognition of their fundamental wholeness and resilience rather than just elimination of symptoms. The field of psychedelic medicine is experiencing a renaissance as researchers discover that substances like psilocybin, MDMA, and LSD can catalyze rapid healing of conditions like depression, PTSD, and addiction when used in appropriate therapeutic contexts. What's particularly relevant is that participants consistently describe these healing experiences as acts of remembering their essential wholeness and connection rather than learning new coping strategies. The integration of ancient wisdom traditions with modern scientific methodology is creating what researchers call evidence-based spirituality approaches to awakening that honor both the profound insights of contemplative traditions and the rigorous standards of scientific investigation. This integration is helping to bridge the gap between spiritual and secular worldviews, making awakening practices more accessible to people who might otherwise dismiss them as unscientific. The emergence of space consciousness is expanding human awareness beyond planetary boundaries, as space exploration and astronomical discoveries reveal our place in the larger cosmic context. Astronauts consistently report profound consciousness shifts when viewing Earth from space, describing what's called the overview effect, a recognition of the planet's fragility, beauty, and unity that often triggers lasting changes in values and priorities. Dr. Frank White's research on the overview effect shows that seeing Earth from space often catalyzes what astronauts describe as remembering their cosmic identity and responsibility. This perspective shift frequently leads to increased environmental awareness, reduced nationalism, and enhanced sense of global citizenship and stewardship. The field of astrobiology is expanding our understanding of life's possibilities throughout the universe, raising questions about whether consciousness and even awakening might be universal, phenomena that emerge wherever sufficient complexity develops. The discovery of potentially habitable exoplanets and the search for extraterrestrial intelligence are forcing us to consider whether the awakening we're experiencing on Earth might be part of a larger cosmic process. The phenomenon of digital awakening is emerging as people learn to use technology consciously rather than being unconsciously controlled by it. Instead of being passive consumers of digital content, some people are learning to use technology as a tool for presence, connection, and service. Practices like digital mindfulness, conscious social media use, and tech-life balance are helping people remember their agency in relationship to technology rather than feeling helpless or addicted. The goal isn't to reject technology but to use it in ways that support rather than undermine human flourishing and conscious development. The rise of virtual communities, focused on awakening and consciousness development, is creating new forms of spiritual community that transcend geographical boundaries. Online meditation groups, virtual retreats, and digital sanghas are allowing people to connect with others who share similar interests and experiences. Regardless of physical location, these virtual communities are experimenting with new forms of collective practice and mutual support that weren't possible before global digital connectivity. They're also creating challenges around authenticity, depth, and accountability that require new forms of wisdom and discernment. The future of awakening appears to be both more accessible and more complex than ever before. Technology is making spiritual practices and insights available to unprecedented numbers of people, while global challenges are creating urgent need for the wisdom and compassion that awakening provides. The question isn't whether humanity will remember its true nature, but how quickly and skillfully this remembering will unfold. What's emerging is a vision of awakening that's both deeply personal and collectively transformative, both ancient in its essential recognition and contemporary in its expression. The mystics of the past pointed toward a recognition that's now being validated by science, supported by technology, and called forth by the challenges of our time. The future belongs to those who can remember who they truly are while skillfully navigating the complexities of modern life, who can access the timeless wisdom of awakening while engaging creatively with unprecedented challenges and opportunities. This is the great work of our time, remembering our true nature and expressing it in service to the awakening of all life. And there you have it, the complete bedtime history of spiritual awakening, from the ancient caves where the first humans wondered about their place in the cosmos, to the digital networks where millions are now remembering their true nature. As you drift off to sleep tonight, remember that you're not just an individual consciousness having a spiritual experience, but the universe itself awakening to its own nature through the temporary form you call yourself. Sweet dreams, and may you wake up remembering who you've always been. Don't forget to like and subscribe if this journey through the history of remembering resonated with you, and let me know in the comments what time it is, where you are, and what insights emerged for you during our exploration together. Until next time, rest well in the awareness that you are